Good morning. I'm Rodney Long. I'm a sourcing director at Duke Energy and chairperson of the CURT Procurement and Contracting Committee. And it's great to have you join us this morning for what we think is an excellent workshop. Hopefully there will be some subjects that each of you can relate to. The name of our summit is Start to Finish, Utilizing Procurement and Contracting, the Foundation of Construction. And we want to start out by thanking our sponsors, Construct Secure and NCCER. We have 5 speakers, 2 panel discussions, and 2 times that we'll break out into some networking sessions today. I realize that you will probably have things that come up during the day. If you need to drop off and rejoin, that's fine. Feel free to jump back on when you can. A couple of things I want to mention. One is the conference app will have copies of the presentations that you will see today. It will also contain the bios for all the presenters and the panel members. So if you've not downloaded the app, you may want to look at the email you received for this summit, and it will tell you how to do that. This will cut down on the amount of time that we allow for introductions of the panelists, since you will have that information close at hand. Please keep your camera on and remain on mute except during discussions. And you can utilize the chat box to enter any questions that you have during the presentations. So feel free to do that. One last thing that I want to add, we usually start out our procurement and contracting meetings with a bit of an antitrust statement, since we have owners and contractors in most of the meetings. Just want to remind people to avoid discussions around pricing, fair profits, discounts, credit terms, allocations of markets, terms and conditions, and trade secrets. That's just to name a few. And I am very excited this morning to introduce our first speakers, our keynote speakers, the Construction Brothers, Eddie and Tyler Campbell. If you've not listened to their podcast, they release once a week, and it provides great food for thought on matters dealing with construction, and they always keep it very entertaining. You can read their full bios in the conference app. And but to give you a quick summary, they're 6th generation builders, and they are owners of ABSI, a virtual building and modeling company. Before I turn it over to Eddie and Tyler and get their look on the man behind the curtain, I did take time this morning on my way in to listen to their latest podcast. And I see their dad is among the attenders today. So Larry, you might want to listen to the podcast. It might be a good Christmas gift you might want to ask the boys for. So with that, I will turn it over to the Construction Brothers.
The wrath of the great and powerful Oz. I said come back tomorrow.
If you're really great and powerful, you'll keep your promises.
Do you presume to criticize the great Oz? You ungrateful creatures think yourselves lucky that I'm giving you audience tomorrow instead of 20 years from now. Oh, the great Oz has spoken. Oh, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. The great Oz has spoken.
Who are you?
Oh, I am.
I don't know if it cut off there, but
it did. The end of that is brilliant. She calls him a big humbug, and
we had a joke for that.
We had a joke for that.
It's all good, you know. We're used to our jokes not landing pretty much every single day.
Well,
So,
hey,
yeah.
hey, we're landed anyway.
Hey, yeah.
How many times have you been in the job site trailer and heard one contractor yell at somebody else, "You humbug"?
Not often.
Not often.
Not often. You're in really nice job trailers. That's for sure. So, well, hey guys, we are the Construction Brothers. Thank you, Rodney, for inviting us here. We really appreciate it. And we, thanks for listening to the show too. You've been a big cheerleader of ours from the beginning, and we thank you for that. So, like you'd said, we're sixth generation builders. I'm Tyler Campbell. This is
Eddie Campbell.
And so we started the Construction Brothers podcast because we wanted to explore the ideas in the construction industry, and we wanted to encourage the people of the construction industry. So we interview interesting people every single week, and we get to pick their brains for an hour. And that's just such a cool thing that we get to do. And we're so blessed to be able to do that. But our day job is with ABSI. And what that means is we're basically modeling guys. We're your BIM guys. And so we get to see an interesting side of things. We are generally the subcontractor of your subcontractors. So we're under a couple layers here. So sitting where we sit, we can offer a pretty unique perspective. And that is the reason for the man behind the curtain. So let's dive into this a little bit more. Eddie, why the man behind the curtain?
Oh, nothing too mysterious here. The man behind the curtain, because there's perception, there's reality. And so that's what we're pointing at. We could have done, the shell game, but we had the cool Wizard of Oz video. So we went that route. But, we're talking about what is perception and what is reality as it pertains to the way we're buying.
Okay. So let's dive into that perception and reality then. So, from the construction user's seat, who we're talking to today, what's generally the perception of a subcontractor?
Yeah, perception is that I am trying to find somebody competent. I'm trying to find somebody that has my number, somebody who can perform on time, right?
Mm.
And so I'm going out looking for subcontractors, doing so probably like the proverbial 3 bids and a buy type of approach.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get a competent subcontractor that's got a fair number for me to perform the scope of work that I have for them, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I need this stuff on site on this day. Do this or else.
Yeah, I need this to happen in order for other things to happen. And
Right.
You need to be a company of your word.
Okay. So let's talk about the realities, because we went through the perception. What's the reality of a subcontractor from our viewing angle?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of dividing these two. Subcontractor, we see a scope of work and we see that subcontractor is being responsible for that scope of work. And that subcontractor is, let's say a steel guy, or let's say a pipe fitter, or let's say, whatever line item we have them covering. And we assume, I don't think it's outside of the realms of normal, that they probably buy some things out, right? So we know that if you're a steel guy, you're not actually going like mining the minerals and making the steel. You're buying that from somewhere. You're probably buying bolts from somewhere that you have vendors and suppliers that are supporting your efforts. And so, there's some buyout.
Galvanizers and things like that.
Yeah. And as with us, like you said, we're the sub of a sub of a sub. So here
Just
we are
couple
kind of
layers.
down at the bottom, like looking up the construction industry. And it's a very interesting perspective as we sit here all unassuming and looking up at everyone. And we see that there may be a little bit different reality when you really look at the sub from the other side. And so what we have found is that subcontractors are subcontracting maybe more than you think.
Okay. So let's dive into this and just kind of look at how they actually get this stuff done. Okay. And keep in mind that, again, what our bread and butter is around here is steel. That's what we really work heavily on. That's where the majority of our revenue comes in for ABSI. So with that in mind, I want to talk about the biomass boiler and the turbine structure.
Yeah.
So set the stage for us. What was the biomass boiler? What is all this? Tell us about it.
Yeah, we're working for an industrial thin set cardboard manufacturer, and part of a project around $80 million in 2008, 2009 realm, 2009. So we're kind of coming out of the cave at this point. That's where we are as an industry, right? Everybody's peeking out of the cave. Had some government money on the table to be able to do a retrofit of a structure. And for this particular project, we are retrofitting a biomass boiler structure on top of steel that has been there since 1947, like an existing building.
So all that stuff is still sitting in the same place. Nothing's different. All the structural drawings are exactly the same as what's out in the field.
Yeah.
Like,
You got all the information in.
clean,
Yeah.
baby, clean.
And you could eat off the floors. I'm telling you,
Oh,
a
I'm
paper
telling
mill
you
anyway.
what.
But
That turpentine. Yeah.
we've got a challenge in front of us, but a fun challenge nonetheless. And when we look at the job, yes, it's been kind of a progression. I mean, industrial plants don't sit still. So there's been a number of projects that have happened on top of this steel since 1947.
Yeah.
The drawings we have are what you would expect from 1947 to start from. And it's quite a process, quite a project.
So where did we fall in the chain here of subcontractors? Where did we fit in?
Right. Yeah. So the owner hired for the steel line item an erector, which
Okay.
was really a fabricate and install deal, right?
Okay.
This person had kind of a relationship with the owner, and so they come in and they have like a fabricate install number, and they win the contract, and then they're not a fabricator. Like they have maybe a shop, they fabricate odds and ends, but they're not going to fabricate 800-900 tons of galvanized industrial steel. That's just not their bag.
Of course.
And so they come in and they buy out to a fabricator, which was just kind of a hard bid situation that they put on. And then that fabricator, as luck would have it, we were one of their steel detailers at the time, and enter ABSI. That was where we got the intro into the process.
Okay. So we show up on site, we're doing our work, same as every day, but I feel like we kind of started to uncover some stuff. When we start to unearth there?
Yeah, it was interesting because I have to confess we were a little naive at the time, and maybe that's why we wanted to share. We got out on site and we realized and recognized something about our industry and about the people we worked with for the first time. This job was not such a giant job that you would like expect joint venturing to have to happen.
Right.
You would expect that the supplier you went to, that though they might be going somewhere for anchor bolts or other vendor buyout type items, that they're going to fabricate what they said they were going to fabricate and get it to site. What we found in a 13-floor biomass boiler structure plus penthouse was that very little of this structure was actually being fabricated by the fabricator that we were under contract with, like the people that we presumed were doing the fabrication. I mean, we were doing the detailing for them under the notions that we were setting up for their shop and all of their shop standards, and that they were going to do the thing. So they weren't even really letting the cat out of the bag to us. But when we got on site, we realized that the first 6 floors of the structure had been fabricated by not our fabricator.
Okay. Well, why do I care?
Well, we care because that created a middleman situation. And it was not a strong middleman. It was not a helpful middleman. And so when we got the first 6 floors of steel out to site, we realized, oh, this didn't even come from the shop we expected it to come from. And then the 7th floor actually was fabricated by that shop. And then they went up like to the 13th floor under another shop, which wasn't even the same as the first shop. So they're getting, this is called the helper shop, the proverbial helper shop in fabricator Rome. And so very little of the structure was actually fabricated by the subcontractor that was expected to fabricate this.
So why was that fabricator even chosen then? Because it seems like that markup would have caused a person to say, hey, no, we're not going to use you.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because when we choose subcontractors, we choose subcontractors on the basis of their competency. And there's some like exploration that has to
Yeah.
go on, right? So when we're looking at and exploring, it's like the interview process. So any of you out there that have ever like looked at interviewing a potential new employee, what you're trying to do is unearth information about them. And we all put our best foot forward when we're on an interview. Our resumes don't show our failures. They show our successes. They show the good about us. We want to put our best foot forward there. And our job as interviewers is to find out, who are you really? Like, what are you really going to be like when you're in my company and you're working for me? Because I know there'll be a coming to earth. We're all human. I just want to know who you actually are. I want to know who I'm actually hiring and what I can expect out of you reasonably. When it comes to vetting subcontractors, we do something similar. The subcontractor wants to put a best foot forward. They're going to show a work history, and they're going to help you understand why they're competent to accomplish the task that you've put in front of them, and why they are perfectly okay to be the fabricator, subcontractor, supplier, vendor of choice for the thing that you have money to pay them for, because they want to win the project. So we put best foot forward in a big way when we're doing that. In this instance, this was a fabricator that in the not too distant past had been actually purchased by a very large name. And so the fabricator was carrying this very large name and had the auspices of competency, and then had a work history that they could kind of align with that. And then was put in a position where they had overflow galore in their shop. And so perception and reality were kind of two different things.
I think going back to the Wizard of Oz thing, everybody's wanting you to see the Emerald City, right?
Absolutely.
Of course. I mean, yeah, if you're hiring anybody, they want you to see the Emerald City and all of its glory.
The great and powerful Oz.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, then you get inside the doors and you go meet Great and Powerful Oz, and he's all sort of smoke and mirrors and stuff. But then,
Well, I don't think we're naive.
just a person.
We've got very smart people in the crowd today.
Of course.
And everybody here, they know these things. This isn't rocket science. This isn't something that's brand new. But at the same time, we're not always aware of what happens in the backdrop.
Okay.
And this was definitely surprising to us, even though we had sat at the bottom and watched this process happen again and again.
So to clarify and kind of recap, we have a fabricator who was, for the most part, hired for their name and looked like it was going to be a solid choice. But once you start to pull back the layers, you started to notice, okay, it's not all being done there. So we find that out on site, and I say you find this out on site, you and Dad, and a light bulb moment hit you guys. Let's get into that light bulb moment. What hit you?
Yeah, the light bulb went on for both of us. When we were looking at this process and we saw the middleman, and we saw that the middleman wasn't a value add middleman, the gears started turning, because we realized like we had involved ourselves in this process heavily. From a project management standpoint, we probably stepped over the boundaries of our purview because we had the best interest of the project in mind. And so in many ways we were housing coordination burden and things that probably shouldn't have fallen to us, but because of the middleman not being a strong middleman, it fell to the person who could do, right? And so we felt like we were very integral to the success of this. And as it turned out, the erector, who was actually over the fabricator, did too, and noticed that. And though there was first frustration there with the fabricator, that frustration didn't translate to our offering. That light bulb moment for us was, why did we need the fabricator to farm out all of this to other fabricators? Why were they there? And how much markup did they take to do this? Because, I mean, we knew, okay, you overbooked your shop. Maybe you took it in the shorts and you try to take this at kind of like a $0, like, I'm just trying to make money on whatever I had. And maybe I would be convinced of that if they hadn't fabricated or farmed out like 90% of the structure. But I'm sitting here thinking to myself, we're in business to make money. Subcontractor markups that, from what we know, are a little higher. We felt like there was money here.
I don't know much about business, but what I know about business, I learned from the movie The Jerk. And he said in The Jerk, it's a profit game.
Profound words.
Very profound words. So it's a profit game. So I would assume that the fabricator did not take it in the shorts. No, I think not. So how did you approach the erector? Did you approach the erector on this?
Yes.
Okay.
I personally approached the erector for the second phase of the project. This was busted up into 2 phases. You had the biomass boiler side of things, 800 and 900 tons of fabricated steel. And then you had a turbine structure that was 180, 200 tons.
So not a bunch of steel, but not, yeah.
This is,
not
we're
small.
not talking gigantic structure. We're not talking a small project either.
Okay. So you approach big burly Mr. Erector Man, who we know and love, and you say, "Hey man, I got an idea." What did he do?
Yeah, he thought very well of it. And we approached the open ear. We approached the people that we thought had the open ear. Had we had more receptivity from the owner, I feel like perhaps we would have carried the idea to the owner. But we went where receptivity was. Who will hear our idea? And our idea was, can we help? Just in a nutshell, can we help? Because we see what's happening behind the veil. We see what's happening behind the curtain. And did you know?
So what did you tell him?
Well, it was really hey, did you know? And he didn't know. Did you know that 90% of your last structure was fabricated by somebody else? And so that was never made known. And then all of a sudden lights started going on about difficulties along the way as we got the biomass boiler structure fabricated, and kind of some of the whys, they started making sense. And we found ourselves in a situation where more understanding happened. And then there was a desire to continue in that understanding. Like, maybe I don't want to just throw all of this to the wind and hope for the best again. Maybe I want a little more control over this next process because it's got enough that's kind of cut up and needs some coordination. Like, maybe I want to control that a little more when I buy it out.
So your proposition was one of, hey, what if you take the profit that the middleman made and keep it?
Yeah,
right?
It was definitely a monetary proposition. It was, we see money to be kept here, really.
Knowing our erector, he's got a couple drag cars and things like that. He wants to have some money. So
why not? If you can, why not? But yeah, he was all in because he thought, yeah, I see it. I definitely see it. And so that started and kicked off the process of like, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to own this information. I'm going to use it.
Okay. So let's talk turkey for a second, because I'm curious what happened on the turbine structure whenever we got involved. And then once we get into that, then we're going to start dissecting it and start kind of pulling back that curtain so you can understand how we did this.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to ask everybody out there listening to put in the chat box. Well, first, let's clarify. How much was the budget for the structure?
The budget number for the structure was actually 1.2 million.
Okay.
And then after a conversation, it turned into 1.15.
Okay.
For the steel contract. That's the fabricated steel contract.
So we went in,
which is what we were involved in.
We went in, we worked this magic that we're about to tell everybody about. And this is what we ended up coming up with at the end of the day, bringing it in. All right. So I want in the chat box, make a guess. How much did we save on the project? Make sure hit your chat box and we'll see if we get anybody out there to bite. Give us a percentage, give us a number of savings, and then we'll reveal it here in just a second. So I think this is really interesting though. And we have applied this at least on one other project that I know of. And we had a very similar result
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
this tactic.
Hey,
So-
and short commercial break here too. We want to just throw out there that if you have any questions that you want to ask, put them in the chat for the
Please.
end of the show. Kurt is going to read those back, and we are going to have a time of Q&A. So let's do that as we go instead of just hitting you in the moment at the end of this thing.
Okay. All right,
Ooh, we got some ambitious people out there. 34%.
34. 20.
All right. So
All right, yeah.
we got some people that are believing we
So-
brought this thing down a pretty good bit.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty aggressive.
Right.
I also just, personally, I would love to know, like, what makes you flinch? What percentage makes you flinch on a job? You
Ooh,
know,
yeah.
like,
Depends on how big the job
It-
is.
fair enough. Fair enough. Is it 1% or is it 10%? Are you going to say, okay, if it's not over 10%, then I'm not even going to worry about it. So if you want to throw that in the chat box too, just for my own curiosity, I would love to know.
The flinch number.
Yeah, the flinch number.
The flinch
I would wanna-
percentage. Interesting to know too that the initial process that there was some bidding that went on the front end. So numbers that came back, the high number is 1.5.
Okay.
All right. The middle of the road number was 1.3, I think. And then you had 1.2 as the low number.
So that was a low number from
And then-
fabricators.
Yeah. And then 1.15 was the low number talked down.
Okay.
All right. Because
All
that's, I mean, I'm
Let's-
sure you understand that
clarity,
that does
clarity,
happen
clarity.
every once in a while out there.
Negotiations.
Yeah.
Happens.
Can you do it for this?
All right. Let's stop leading them on. What did we do?
So we're at 913
913,000
and change
from 1.15.
from 1.15. So what?
That's not nothing.
between 25, 30%, something
Okay.
like that.
So applause for those of you out there that
Yeah,
got
we're
it right.
close.
Yeah, you guys got it right.
Right on. And we really were we were proud of that for sure. But we were very validated by it
Yeah.
because there was some logic that went into it. This didn't just happen by chance.
So why are we telling this story? Other than to say we're awesome and toot our own horn, I think we need to teach some people how we did this.
Yeah, we are looking to refashion how we buy. We're presenting an idea that may refashion how you buy, which is why we're here, right? We're exploring ideas in procurement.
All right. So basically we're just presenting this story to, square up with the realities of the steel industry. And so I want to get into the tactics. What were the tactics we used to get this done?
First tactic was division of labor. So if you're in an engineering shop and you have a senior engineer, do you want your senior engineer spending most of their time in the day making copies?
What if he likes making copies?
Then he can come after hours and he can make copies when he's not being paid for copies. But
Rodney, do you like making copies?
but during the day,
I try not to.
Okay.
during the day, we understand that, hey, a senior level engineer understands and knows things and is being paid for the things they understand and know, and should be doing things commensurate with their value and with what they can do. And so that division of labor makes sense, right? We're going to try to find the lowest paid person that is competent to do a job. And so what we did was we took that logic and thinking and we applied it to the fabrication package. Now, a fabrication package has a lot of different things in it. Many times the way that we buy is set by the most complex thing in that whole package. And so if I have something that has heavy welding, if I have something that has seismic, if I have a perception of the caliber, a lot of times this is the way we speak about it, the caliber of fabricator, the caliber of sub, the competency of the sub that I need. What I looked at when we bid this out was, let me find a fabricator that can do this well. And so I'm going to go to somebody who handles heavy steel well. and I'm going to give them the heavy steel.
That's your high paid engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they
I'm-
can handle it.
I'm going to go to the heavily welded, complex column package. I'm going to farm that out to somebody who does heavy welding well.
Mm.
And so we started breaking down bid packages based on the logic of division of labor, rather than I buy steel from a steel guy. I need a competent steel guy to buy all of the steel from, and they have to be competent enough to do the most complex thing. Rather than that, we kind of broke out and we gave the complex thing to somebody who was competent to do a complex thing. And then we gave the less complex things to somebody who was maybe middle of the road. We gave the miscellaneous, the rails, the stairs, things like that, to somebody who is good at miscellaneous fabrications, which, by the way, gets farmed out nonstop in the steel industry. We took care of connection design. Connection design is another thing that is a huge cost and time sink in the steel fabrication industry. And so we handled these things with people we knew could handle them. And we started with the notion of division of labor. That was one of the core tenets that we started with.
So breaking down the complexity sounds like it's key.
Definitely. And the way that we did that was getting more detailed information up front.
What does that look like?
Well, it looks like going ahead with the contract documentation, and we should probably take a step back. You know, typical design bid build approach would be to produce a set of CDs and maybe take the structural documents and hand those off to a set of fabricators and then have them bid those CDs. And then what the fabricator is going to do, and we know if we put out a poor set of contract documents, there are certain things that we can expect. So
Higher bids.
Yeah, well, or a lot of questions, right? It's one of the two. You're either going to get a ton of questions because they're trying to qualify, or if they feel like you don't have time for the questions, or if they don't have time for the questions, they're going to air quotes, cover themselves for that. And so that's kind of Dad, you know, the old GC, he'd talk about taking off walls, and you'd have the little wheel that you would trace on the paper documents. And it's, you know, you get to the end of the wall and you give them one of these, little flick at the end just to make the wheel run a little bit, because I'm covering it. You know, I've got that covered because I don't want to lose my shorts on the unknown.
It's a CYA.
Yeah. And
cover
so
your ankles. Yep.
The unknown is what we are really taking away. We're taking that unknown and we're saying, well, all right, what if I bring more out of the dark and into the light, and I help you understand? And with that understanding, I expect that you will be able to define your bid better. That the bids that I get will now come down. So we always refer to the bids as almost like, if you visually just kind of think about a bullseye, you've got those that are close to the bullseye, those that are not so close to the bullseye, and those that are outliers. And those outliers, you're trying to find good low, right? Scope covered, good low, because you don't want to go to the low guy that doesn't have the scope covered. That's a mess.
Yeah.
So it's not automatically, like, you can be bad low too, where you've just missed something. So we're looking for the good low number. And we really kind of, that's the 3 bids and a buy. We settle in on good low and we're happy there. CDs that are poor lead us to a place where we are, I guess, exposed in a way to bid overages because they're covering unknown.
Mm.
When we put bid packages together, we went ahead and detailed the steel out. By detailing the steel out, we had more information. We're a modeling company and we talk about BIM all of the time. And one of the big things that is kind of misunderstood about BIM is you talk about BIM and people go Revit. You talk about BIM and people say Revit. You talk about BIM and then they say class check. You talk about BIM, they say class check. And it's the visual aspects of BIM that are the value add. The thing that we preach nonstop is info, 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 info. It's that middle I that you need to be paying attention to. There's a database full of information for you to have and use and leverage. And that's exactly what we did. We used a database full of information that's graphical. It's a 3D graphical database. That's all BIM is. And we took it and we broke it down, and we broke it down into logical increments. And then we took those logical increments and we bid them to logical people. It's not hard.
It's not rocket science.
No, but it did take thought.
It did. Yeah. And it took engaging the process. This much I know. But kind of providing that clarity too. How much did we save on galvanizing?
Yeah, the galvanizing line item was 60 grand that we saved. $60,000 that we saved on galvanizing.
You wouldn't think that you would be able to make much money off of people dipping stuff into a vat, but funny enough, yeah, you really can.
We found one of the areas for this particular project that had the most misunderstanding about what I have to do. The galvanizer didn't understand what they had to do, so their numbers went up. When we exposed information and said, you're going to dip these things, they went, oh, that's what's running through? Cool. All right, here's your price per pound. And it was a lower price. And we were able to, through bringing understanding, bring the number down. But you wouldn't have thought it. That's not an area you would have looked to.
So this is a process that you have to engage in clearly in order to benefit from.
Yes.
Yeah.
It takes engagement. It takes forethought. I love your phrase. I don't want to steal your thunder. What's your phrase?
It's not my phrase. It's all military phrase. So slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
That's right.
And it doesn't feel good to slow down the process of design to get it detailed. But the benefits of it, I mean, I think from our end, it seems clear. I would love to know from y'all, is it clear? You know, what are we missing? Because we don't have all the answers. All we're doing is we're pitching the idea and something that we've done.
We've done with success, and we feel that it will scale because of other places where we've used it. And we have found that the more complexity and the more shadowland that there is in a project, the higher the numbers will be. Now, there may be an objection out there to taking this risk on, right? You know, I'm housing more risk by doing this. And I would push back a little bit there. Yeah, probably some risk on housing an extra process. All the while, you are also gaining a world of information. And that information is something that you are allowing to just stay out in the four winds outside of your company. You may never even get all of the information that went into your project. Now, you're going to get the things that were spec'd out, that you're supposed to get because they were contracted to do so. But they're not going to go anywhere over that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're certainly not going to leverage it to your benefit and good. And it stinks to think that had we gone to the owner, I mean, the owner, in the great words of Forrest Gump, never saw one red cent of that money. I mean, it just was, it stayed right there. The erector was very happy to buy another drag car with it and go on down the road. And, you know, it really stinks that the owner didn't understand the process that was going on behind the curtain, because that was one thing that never got past the subcontractor that we worked with there. That never got out. Everything stays back here because they want a unified front. They want a good project history. They want to be the go-to man later. They want to get another one. And so they're not going to expose that kind of thing. But the owner, that was a regret. And then another, I say a regret, that was I wish we had. And one more I wish we had is just the thought of what if we had on the boiler structure. The large and complex piece. Because, I mean, we're talking the small structure. We're talking the turbine, which, you know, I mean, was like a glorified large metal building. It was something that I didn't feel was as complex as the initial like 800-900 tons of structure that was being connected into a lot of 1947 steel, had a lot of complexity to it and a lot of shadowland to it.
I think it's really interesting because fabricators, are awesome, just great at fabricating steel.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
And they're not that great. And I might step on some toes here. For the most part, historically, in my experience, in my humble opinion, they're not the greatest at project management. And they're not the greatest at gathering a ton of data and using that data for your good.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at the scramble.
Well,
so if you help them clarify what they're working on, then you're off to the races.
some of that does make sense too, because when we're getting out of school, when we're getting out of construction management school and we're looking for a place to work, the subcontractors generally are not the place that become magnets
Yeah.
for the talent. General contractors become magnets for the talent. And so subcontractors do not usually have a as high level of project management talent, though we know some talented project managers out there.
Yes, for sure.
So,
For sure. That is not a
necessary
blanket sweep.
caveats.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a blanket sweep statement
No,
at all.
but point taken.
Yeah. That's not their focus.
The management of that was not a strong suit. And so there are things that flow out of that. So getting rid of the risk of schedule delay. When we went to a fabricator, to get back into the logistics of this a little bit, when we went to that fabricator for a bid, we would kind of qualify and define, here's your bid package. Then they would look at that bid package. We would even provide like the files that they take and like read into their systems so that they can inventory everything and buy everything.
Yeah.
And we would look at that with them and say, okay, you have all of this. This is your package, right? You have this. And the bids were very close to one another as a result, like very tight bidding. Then we would qualify the fabricator and say, all right, we know you're competent to do this work. At that point, we would qualify a shop slot. I'm going to release drawings to you on this day. And when I do, I expect a shop slot for this work that lasts the duration that you told me it would take to fabricate the steel. If it takes you 4 to 6 weeks to fabricate the steel, my shop slot will start January 15, 2021. And then I will get your 6 weeks. If I fail to come to you with my drawings, I understand that my shop slot is in jeopardy, but I have bought your shop then, and you will fabricate then, and that steel will arrive here at this point. So I'm guarding my schedule in that way. I'm also allowing the fabricator to do, to your point, what they do best, which is fabricate steel. Fabricators make money on fabricating steel. Mind blower. What we did was we allowed them to do that.
Yeah.
Dad's favorite saying for this started out as fab, ship, and shut up. And then we found out like that's a little harsh. And so we went with fab, ship, shut up, and bill it, which softened it up a little bit because there's like a money thing at the end.
Yeah.
So it was, here is what you have to fabricate. Can you fabricate it? Yes, you can. For how much? That much. We agree. Now fabricate it, and we want it here on this date. No excuses. No, well, we've got questions here. We've got this and that that's holding us up. We can't get through. Your drawings stink, whatever. I mean, this stuff happens, and the snow job starts happening because they take off a little bit too much of a bite. We're defining what they're doing. And by defining, we have more of a guarantee that things are going to happen when they need to happen.
You're taking us, and I say us loosely, any detailer that you have, and you're taking them out from behind the fabricator and you're putting them in front of the fabricator, and you're giving them a direct line of contact to the engineers, to the architects, if you have them, and you're letting them get the questions out of the way before it goes for fab. And that direct line of communication can cut down so much time. What was it? 1% that we found out in one of our episodes, is how much you lose on a project because of RFI.
Well, and I want to qualify this.
That's massive.
I want to qualify this too. I don't feel that just giving this stock and barrel to most steel detailers I've ever met or steel detailing companies I've ever met, particularly on larger projects, would be a good idea.
Yeah, fair.
The idea is not so much, detail the steel. Or the idea is apply the logic of division of labor. The idea is that your fabricator may be subcontracting a lot more than you think, and there's middleman markup in there. The idea is that you're giving away information don't give that information away. Use that information
For yourself.
for yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
Use the information, leverage the information, and leverage that for really a clever procurement method that is going to save you money and is going to guarantee that your project goes smooth.
Mm.
Now, yes, maybe a little more on the front end, but slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And we will, at the end, meet our goals and deadlines with a whole lot less headache is the hope.
Yeah.
We want to deliver the project on time and on budget. That is the goal.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You were talking about steel detailers for a second, and I was thinking of that story with Dad. What job was that, though? The one where he told the superintendent.
Oh, this,
Yeah.
National Infantry Museum.
Okay.
Yeah. So very, very sizable museum. And in the infancy of our company, Dad is, and this is most detailers out there.
Most, yeah.
I mean, you do have overseas shops that are very large and robust, but I mean, U.S. steel detailing, the people that are responsible for a lot of your structure and are responsible for getting RFI process and everything, a lot of them are one-man shops, are in their basement somewhere. And at that time, that's exactly how we were working. This was, 15, 16 years ago, right? Maybe not quite that, but we're basically going through this, Dad and I, and he told the super, he said, do you realize that your entire project is resting on the good graces and physical health of a 55-year-old in his basement? And it was like the superintendent laughed like, ha. And then the thought kind of like really, really ran through the mind, and it went, I have one person actually that has become a potential stopping point for this whole thing.
Yeah.
If they get ornery, if they get sick, if whatever happens, that could jeopardize the critical path of my whole project. And we're talking a very large project.
Well, another side of this is that, if a fabricator is not performing and you need to pull them from the project and hand it to somebody else, I mean, if you have the information in hand, it's way easier than pulling it from the fabricator's hands to get it over to another fabricator. So there are benefits galore. We could continue to riff on this all day. So as far as tactics go, let's kind of recap. So what are we looking to do? We're looking for engineering.
Tactics break down to division of labor, bid packages. So trying to find the right fabricator. And let's get outside of steel. We keep talking steel. This could have worked on the pipe package that was in this, the process pipe package. This could have worked on a number of things that were a part of this overall project that could have been bought in the same way. Using the information to go to the competent subcontractor in order to get more defined bids, in order to get more defined schedules, in order to get really just a better process that I know more about from start to finish.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the long and short of it. The man behind the curtain, just kind of pulling this all together. What do we want you to take away? We want you to take away the fact that though you are vetting your subcontractors and suppliers, that they are putting their best foot forward. And that's not evil. That's not always just like them.
Not at all.
They're trying to put their best foot forward because they want to work with you. The deal is that perception is not always reality, and that we still see in the steel industry, the helper shop thing happening non-stop. This is a very common thing. And as such, there's middleman markup in there. And we believe that the larger the project and the larger the perceived subcontractor is, the more chance there is to break overhead down, because we know that the larger a company is, the more bloat there becomes in that company. And by buying out to smaller but competent fabricators, we're getting away from the bloat by just housing a little bit more of the management responsibility of it. So do you have skin in the game? Yes, you have skin in the game. Do you have to exert effort? Yes, you have to exert effort. But Would you do so for 25 to 30% savings on a package? If I scaled this up to 10 million, I mean, I'd share that with you. So that's the idea.
All right. Well, that is the man behind the curtain, everybody. So what we want to do is we want to try to open up the floor for any questions that you might have. If you want to berate us for this content and tell us that we're completely wrong, that's open. Yeah, open season. We're good. But we would love to
Be
hear
nice.
it. Yeah, be nice. We'll just tell you we don't know. And yeah.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions that have been submitted, and hopefully there will be a couple more. So would it be right to say division of direct skill instead of division of labor?
I'd buy that. I mean, I really, honest to goodness, pulled that right out of a hat. We'll go with right out of the hat. So, yeah, I would think that you are looking for the entity that is skilled to do the thing that you're asking them to do, rather than a name, rather than a perception or a name, which many times I think we buy a name rather than going to somebody that's skilled. So yeah, I would buy that.
The names know that they can save money on that line item for that simple stuff too.
This is Consumer Reports 101. I mean, this is why we buy Consumer Reports, is because I want to know if I'm buying a name or I want to know if I'm buying value and quality. And so we perceive this in everyday life. We know that we may buy a BMW and wish we had bought a competing Honda, because, I mean, whatever that is, and I'm using those two, we know that we're trying to buy value, and we're trying to buy the good thing, not just the thing with a name. And so, yeah, division of skill makes sense.
Okay, you mentioned risk earlier. So how do you go about identifying risk, and how do you balance how much of that risk you're willing to take on?
Well, I think that's something that the person asking the question is probably more qualified to say than me. I can tell you what my perceived risks of this process are, and that's that you could get detailing wrong. You could house the process, and that process could be done by somebody that doesn't do it so well, and then you wish you never did it. That could happen. Now, this is a risk reward in that if I get 25, 30%, that's an awful lot of insurance bought, to cover a few fabrication errors. So, I mean, as things went on this particular project, things went well, and the money was realized, and those risks were mitigated through QC, QA, and good checking processes, and not turning the brain off and just watching the thing.
Back to what we normally say on the show too, is being a builder is very important if you're driving any sort of BIM software. You've got to turn that side of your brain on. Otherwise, there will be mistakes happening.
This isn't a BIM process we're pitching so much as an information.
Yeah.
This is a procurement process that leverages information, and all it does is it says, let's stall out the normal order of business in order to gather more information before we move forward.
Okay. Do you think specifications might be a good tool to use in helping to define the scopes of work, and kind of tying them to someone's capabilities or skill set?
We kind of exercise our abilities to be the industry expert, and we define scope by our bid packages through drawings, reporting, through export files. And so specifications are fine, but they're not fine if they're boilerplate. Because when specifications become boilerplate, they're another shadowland that I feel the need to cover myself for. And so we see a lot of money time lost, RFI sent, which I think, I mean, we did a podcast where professor at the University of Melbourne told us that after studying 1%, there's a 1% loss in the RFI to the construction process, which, you know, doesn't seem like much, but on $1 billion it is. And so
Absolutely.
that's a thing. And so more defined information gives less RFI, and a smoother process renders better quality and a lower cost. Scope is best defined not by boilerplate, but by specific information. And if specs are specific to that project and well written, yes, I could see that being very helpful. If specifications are not specific to that project and got dredged up from the last project without a good read, then I could see those becoming an area where we're going to spend more money.
Yeah, if you turn your brain off for that process as well.
General notes and specs are an area where there's all sorts of confusion bred down into the subcontractor market.
Yeah.
Because contradicting general note and spec, I mean, and this happens nonstop in our world, leaves me thinking, what am I supposed to do? What's the hierarchy? Which one did you mean? Because what we're trying to match is your design intent. We want your intention met. If we're good at what we do, we're trying to meet your intention. What do you really want delivered?
Which yields an RFI.
Which
in
yields
most
an RFI.
cases with the general notes. And worth saying too, if you're doing the standard procedure, which is we're nestled underneath the fabricator, we're going to have to send an RFI to the fabricator, and that fabricator is going to have to send an RFI to the engineer to clarify. Whereas if you create a direct line of communication between the detailer, the person that needs to know, and the person that has the information, if you're removing that gap, that makes the process go so much smoother. I can just pick up the phone and say, hey, you know, Tina,
Well,
how's it going?
Yeah, and that
You know?
that industry expertise can inform the specifications, can inform the drawings,
Right.
and make sure that information is tightened up,
is dialed in.
Yeah. We've seen this done in two different ways. We have seen this done where you tie your subcontractor to the CDs and to a set of detailed drawings, which is better because they get more information to bid from, and that should define scope and should bring bids closer together. But we have also seen it done where rather than doing that, and rather than continuing to say, but there is this shadow land that I'm going to make sure you're covering, going ahead and saying, we are going to define the full scope of this, and we're going to bid it out. That's where we feel like the real savings is.
Okay, so one question was posed, and I'm gonna try to interpret this because I've dealt with this too. If you break that work down into too many pieces, then it can get costly in the number of resources that the owner might have to allocate to try to follow all that work, versus trying to find someone who can take on a sizable portion of that scope and do it and manage that for you. How do you find the good balance point there so that you're getting your best bang for the buck?
Yeah. Interesting. We had a segment that we dropped on Mercedes-Benz. That was a prime example of what you're talking about. They started out, I mean, that was a large enough project that you're not going to expect one fabricator to do all the work. And I think they had 12 fabricators on board originally. And then if you go read the ENR article, it was like 30 by the time they were done.
It was 36.
36.
It was three. Yeah.
So that kind of happened. And confusion ensued. And so I think that confusion ensued because that wasn't the plan from the beginning.
They reacted
and changed mid-flow. And that made that resource allocation a lot harder to define because it changed from the front end to middle of the process. And the overages at Mercedes-Benz, they're pretty storied. But I don't have a formulaic answer for that. I don't believe. I think that the larger the project, obviously the more qualified people you're going to need to resource and manage this. But having one solid person that gets it, I'm going to say gets it at the top of that, is absolutely key to making this go and go well.
Mm-hmm.
They have to know their industry. They have to know the other side of the curtain. You want that person that's been beyond the veil.
Okay. Ask a question about specifications. So generally, I'm assuming you see a fair number of specifications come across your desk. Are folks in the industry doing a good job with their specs, or are we leaving a lot of gaps?
I heard Lee Evie lecture well on the process that they used for restoring the Pentagon after the 9/11 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And he lectured very well on how they took a 2,000-page spec book and boiled it down to performance specs. And ever since, not that I'm some sort of mind in that space, but ever since I've been an advocate for performance spec. And reason being is what we see is 2,000 pages of specifications that, yes, are broken up by division, but that's a lot of info to swallow, and that's a lot of information to adhere to. We've experienced in the recent past with an industrial customer, a large industrial user, that they buried a lot of their desires in the specifications rather than in the drawings. And I would say that for the average subcontractor fabricator, that is different than the normal process. And it kind of obscures and hides things. It wouldn't seem like it would, but it separates two things and makes it harder to find, harder to get to. So I do think that makes your potential for error go up. Also brings in potential for contradictory information where your designer, who may be a subcontract designer, may not know that specification by heart and may specify something in their general notes that's contrary to your specifications. So they have to conform, like they have to be unified.
Okay. So I've got a question about this project you've been talking about. So how do you guys go about when you walk into a structure that was built years ago? I think you said this one was built in the 40s. How do you get yourself comfortable that the structure is sound?
That was one that rested with the SEOR in this instance, which was Larson. The forensics that went into that, we asked half a dozen times on this project, why aren't we taking the whole thing down again? Why aren't we taking the whole thing down again? Because by the time we got done, we basically built box columns around what was existing. When it came down to it was what we had to do to get government money flowing. That was what had to happen to make the government money flow, was that we had to renovate. That was one of the things.
Okay.
And so getting comfortable with that, for me, I don't know that I ever got terribly comfortable with the idea of building on top of rusty 1947 steel that had been, rotting in a pulp mill for that long. But I know that, they did a good job. I do think that 10 years removed from the process, we have tools such as laser scanning that help us identify what we have in the field. They help us capture reality, and reality capture is a whole new element of construction that is making a lot of headway right now. Is helpful. Doesn't necessarily speak to the structural soundness of what we're building on top of, but does help us get back there virtually so that we're not making constant trips to the field. Then it was a file full of pictures that we were going through, which gathering the information was quite a process.
Okay, so I'm going to plagiarize a little bit here and hit you guys. I think you see what's coming. So to steal from your show, the megaphone question.
Oh man.
Oh Lord.
So what would you tell this group in dealing kind of with this subject that you've been talking about? How would you boil that down and tell us what we need to really focus on?
The answer that we despise the most to that megaphone question is when we get a kind of a vendor on the show and they say, call ABSI for all of your BIM needs. And like, that's the worst. So I want to make sure that is not how this is coming off. I believe that information is more prevalent than ever because of our modeling processes and because of how we are processing things that are coming out of technology. And we're aware of this. The industry is cognizant of this. General contractors and owners are trying to figure out, how do we grab and use more information? And I mean, we talk about big data. We talk about all of the problems that goes with that, the information fatigue that almost happens out of it. But that information is there. It's there to be leveraged. And if you leverage that information, then you're getting the value out of the modeling and technology processes, and only then. You will not get value out of saying, and BIM will be used on this project, and Procore will be used on this project. That is not the edict that flows down. That's not the use and leverage of information. You got to get in the weeds and leverage the information. And that's the big takeaway. Get into the weeds a little bit, know your project, leverage the information to your good, because there are dollars on the table if you do. That's me.
All right. Well, I'll try to follow that up. The millennial here, try not to sound too stupid here. Seems like construction, we've been going through a little bit of a dark age for a little while, and I think we're coming out of it. One of the things that I think has caused that is that we don't talk to each other like we used to. We have all this information. That's great. I love information. I love leveraging it and doing all these things with it, all these cool things. This is great. But if you don't focus on your people, you're not going to get any benefit out of it. And back in the day, we used to be able to show up on site, shake hands, say, how's it going? Good to see you. All right, let's get some stuff done today. That doesn't happen anymore. We rarely pick up the phone and call each other. Everything's through email. Tone doesn't convey through email. This much I know. Tone doesn't convey through a text message. And this is the millennial saying that. I just want to clarify. So all I'm saying is that in all of this, don't lose that target, is that it's a people problem that we have in the industry. And you're not going to be able to do what we're talking about if you don't have the ability to go out and talk to them and see them on their level and work with them. Actually develop a rapport with them, develop a relationship with them. And not just a Dale Carnegie, I'm going to ask about your weekend. And then I'm going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, when is this going to come to my office or whatever? When am I getting that submittal? That's cheesy and people see right through it. You actually have to take an interest. So I think a lot of the problems that we have in the industry today can be solved if we just step back a little bit and we went back to time probably before phones. We started talking to each other face to face a little bit more.
Okay. Well, guys, we're at the end of our time. I really appreciate you jumping on this morning and getting the summit started off. And I am sure those in attendance have enjoyed the presentation. So thanks again.
Thanks so much, Rodney. We appreciate the opportunity, man.
Yeah, thanks
All
for
right.
being part of this.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so folks, our next speaker is Kevin Ball. And Kevin is the owner and business manager of Industrial Project Innovation. And you can check the app for his full bio. And I will turn the microphone over to Kevin.
Thank you, Rodney. How is everyone today? That was a very interesting discussion. I appreciated it because I think part of their message plays right into some of the messaging that I will be presenting today. And that is, we really need to gather information before moving forward on our projects. And sometimes I think we get into such a hurry that we forget to do that or don't do a good job of doing it. So I think that's an interesting topic, and glad they mentioned it. In addition to what they mentioned, our background in industrial project innovation, we're a project management and construction management firm. And a lot of the information that I'll be presenting today is, I'm not an academic. This comes from practical experience and dealing with a lot of different project approaches and contract types. So as they mentioned, looking for feedback. And so if you have observations that you'd like to make, we're definitely interested in hearing what you have to say. Also, following a podcast, I feel like my presentation might be a little bit like death by PowerPoint, but maybe we can bear through it since we haven't had lunch yet. Maybe not everyone will fall asleep. So let me try to get switched over to my screen share here. Make sure I get the right one. If I get this up and going first. Let's see. Not sure it's sharing the right screen yet.
Not yet.
There we go. Getting closer. How is that? Can you see the presentation screen?
It says you've started screen sharing, but the content has not come up yet.
Let's see here. It says it's paused. Here we go. What about now?
Now it's up.
Okay. And it's
Very
the
good.
presentation mode.
Yes, appears to be.
Okay. Very good. Let me get a couple other things sorted out here and then be ready to go. Okay, so I kind of just gave a very brief introduction to IPI, or project and construction management firm. We work from just about every case from the owner's perspective. So we deal with a lot of contracts and work with a lot of owners and different delivery methods. And as a result of that, have seen a lot of different things happen in the course of our projects. And so happy to talk about this subject, and it's one that's interesting to us. We've seen over the last 15 or 20 years that the strategies have kind of shifted in a lot of cases to a design build approach when executing projects. And recently we've seen this used on some pretty complex projects. And as a result, we've encountered some issues in the process of that. Not always the contractor's fault. A lot of times it's just what was known at the time of contracting with a design builder, lack of information, and just a progression of gaining knowledge. And we talked about the information share. That process led to issues that had to be overcome. And what we found is that sometimes this design build approach doesn't give the owner always the flexibility that they need to react and correctly, without a lot of cost or schedule impact. So we'll talk about some of the considerations that go into developing a procurement approach, and we can talk about some of those specifics. So for the discussion today, Rodney, back in February at our subcommittee meeting, you asked us to define a few terms just for a level set. First off, and then after that, we'll jump into the procurement strategy considerations, and that's going to be primarily focused on the project delivery method and then the different contract types that you may encounter. And then we'll finish up with just a matrix that kind of looks at the macro project parameters specifically, cost driven, schedule driven, and whether it's a simple or complex project, and then maybe make some suggestions of what type of procurement strategies that you might consider on your project. From a terminology standpoint, I think the first one was pretty straightforward, request for information. And this is usually some sort of a document that's sent out to vendors that request for the vendors to respond to it and tell how they might solve a problem for an owner, or how they might be qualified to work on a project for an owner. So that's pretty straightforward. I think the confusion came in the RFQ and RFP, and when we asked around the room the definition of the two, I think a lot of us kind of use the term somewhat interchangeably. And I guess technically by definition, there are differences there. And so thought I'd just lay that out. The request for quotation is used typically to solicit quotes for a specific need. Oftentimes RFQs are used for either products or well-defined services where there's really not too much variableness between the responses. And a lot of times that's really your primary variable is the price that's being provided back. On the other hand, for a request for proposal, that's used to solicit proposals for vendors that with a more general scope. So in this scenario, the proposals coming back from the vendors could vary substantially, one from the other, including the price could vary as well. So this particular one would be used for like engineering firms or construction firms when you're going to solicit a proposal from them. So hopefully that helps with that. So from a procurement strategy standpoint, I'll start by saying from my observation, there are very few absolute right or wrong answers when it comes to developing a procurement strategy. What works well in one scenario may be completely the wrong choice in another scenario. And so trying to understand kind of the drivers and the things that go into the decision to make a particular strategy, one versus the other, is important. And when you start analyzing kind of the ways that projects are typically delivered, and then you couple that with the delivery methods and the contract types, and you start looking at all the variables that exist in that within that framework, then obviously there has a potential for a lot of problems if you don't think through the whole thing initially. So project work is a complex process and requires thoughtfulness when deciding how to execute the work. So the purpose of the procurement strategy is really to develop an approach that gives the owner a way to get the best pricing and really the best chance for project success. And then hopefully getting the risk in the right buckets for the entities that are best qualified to control that risk in the process. So when we're developing a procurement strategy, it really should address all the major project components: cost, schedule, safety, quality, all those different things that we address when we're building a project. We'll concentrate primarily on cost and schedule today because those are the two that show up on every project. And then the strategy should reflect the quality of information available at the time. And it should also accommodate the drivers and parameters that are associated with the work. And then really we want to be able to have flexibility in the process as well. So as an owner, typically you'd want to make sure that your strategy allows you to have flexibility in that process. So when developing a procurement strategy, if we need to ask ourselves a lot of questions, and here are a few of the questions that we feel like are important. Starting with, how defined is the project? Is it how much do we know about it? How much do we not know that in order for us to successfully complete the project, we have to know? Kind of feeds into that discussion we were having before about gathering the information in order to be able to define the work, in order to get the pricing that's the best pricing to deliver the work. And then kind of along the same lines, how much change is expected? If we don't know everything at the beginning, there could be scenarios where that information is coming well into the project and that we have to incorporate that leads to change in the project. If we know that going into it, maybe there's ways that we can structure our strategy to accommodate those changes or anticipated changes. And then obviously there always are unforeseen changes that we have to react to. And then how complex is the project? That makes a big impact on our procurement strategy. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. We already mentioned the project drivers. And then what about how much control is desired through execution? Some owners want to be completely hands off and turn it over to a design build contractor and want basically to just occupy it when the project's complete. Other owners want to be very engaged in the process to make sure they get what they had anticipated. What resources are available to manage the project, and then are there outside influences that really dictate any part of the approach? Thinking about labor availability, that's always a discussion. What about diversity requirements? Sometimes that's a result of certain incentives that are given for an owner to put their project at a certain place. And then labor posture. We recently had a client that entered a PLA and built a project in the Southeast where there was not very much union labor, and as a result, they ended up having to import labor to complete the project, and maybe that was not the right strategy. So when you're thinking about that first question, what do we know about the project, or what needs to be defined in order to develop the project? We've kind of developed this project curve here, a knowledge curve, and across the x-axis you can kind of see a general project timeline, starting with initial planning through engineering, procurement, construction, and then startup and commissioning. And then on the y-axis you'll see kind of the knowledge, or that's the information and that we have to gain in order to be able to successfully execute the project. And you'll see that over time you build up that knowledge. Even through the construction period, you're still uncovering field conditions, you're seeing things, you're learning more about what has to happen in order for the project to be completed. In some cases you're reacting, but hopefully you're doing a lot of planning and designing up front that really provides the knowledge that needs to be passed on to the next entity in the process of executing the project. So in this case, you start with initial planning. A lot of times that's the owner doing their planning. They may bring in a firm to help them produce bridging documents or FL1 and 2 level design, and then bring on detailed engineering, and then eventually a contractor and startup commissioning. So and that curve varies pretty significantly based on the complexity of the project. So if it's a simple project, then that curve is much steeper. The planning and detailed engineering portions of the project can be compressed usually, and you're able to get through the process quicker. If on a complex project, obviously that flattens out. You're gathering more information, and it takes longer to get to that point typically. So using the kind of the basis of that knowledge curve, I want to talk about several different project approaches and how that could be impacted based on what you know on the project. So typically in a design bid build scenario, you're going through the planning, the detailed engineering. You have enough information to be able to bid out to a contractor. The contractor bids on the work, and you select a contractor. In this scenario, let's just say it's a lump sum or firm fixed price contract, and that commitment to the contractor is represented by the green dashed line. Usually the contractor doesn't have all the details. You know, there's shop drawings that has to be done. There's field conditions that they may encounter. So in the process of providing that firm fixed price, the contractor is taking on some risk between kind of what their commitment is and then where that knowledge curve is on the project at that point. And but assuming the contractor is good and know what they're getting into, and the quality of the design is good, then they've appropriately set aside enough money to manage the risk, and should be able to execute the project without too much issue. So a little bit in contrast to that, let's look at a design build approach, and we'll start with kind of a simple project for design build. The process with design build is obviously a little different. You're selecting a contractor very early in the process to help you develop the design, and then with the intention of that contractor also performing the construction execution portion of the project as well. When you commit to that contractor, there's a lot that's unknown, but in a simple project, then you're typically gathering that pretty quickly. I define simple projects as maybe like warehouses, light manufacturing, or some sort of repetitive project with the same team doing the work. And in this scenario, you're committing to that contractor. They may not be able to provide a cost certainty right when they're bidding it, but usually within a few weeks on a simple project, they're able to give you, the definition of what that project's going to cost. If it's an extremely simple project, they may be able to do that from the outset. But at some point, you get relative cost certainty and kind of move forward at that point. In this scenario, hopefully you're picking a contractor that is capable of the design build process. They have good design either in-house or with designers they work with frequently, and you can be relatively assured that they have the cost covered in that scenario and that you're not taking on, as an owner, a lot of risk. A lot of times in the design build world, as you know, those contracts are not usually lump sum. A lot of times it's a cost plus with a kind of a guaranteed maximum price arrangement. And so until you get to that guaranteed maximum price, strike that line in the sand, the owner is still carrying some cost risk until you get to that point. And so that's represented by that relative cost certainty. But in this case, since it's a simple project, that happens pretty early in the process. So in contrast to that, let's look at it from a design build approach on a more complex project. So this curve is much flatter. You're still committing to a design build contractor very early on, and that cost may not be very certain. The cost that they provide at bid may not be very certain, because most design builders, in order to manage their risk, they are not committing to that GMP until they've gotten a sufficient amount of design done and have gotten pricing back from a sufficient or significant portion of their subcontractors in order for them to say, at this point, we can agree to this price, and they know the risk at that point. So in this scenario, you can see that if an owner had thought that their pricing was sure back at the early planning phase, there could be that price changed dramatically between the time that they had given that initial pricing to the time they have the cost certainty later in the process there. And we've seen this on multiple projects where a price is given. They call them different things: indicative, guaranteed maximum price, or some kind of indicated maximum price. And then once on a complex project, once you get through the design period, that number could change substantially and usually it's not in the down direction. It's usually going up. So that obviously creates a disruption to the project. And at that point, the owner has to evaluate whether it still meets their business case and whether or not that there is an ability to even move forward with the project. One of our projects we ended up with, we were brought on board after the design builder was brought on, but the initial price was around 900 million, and by the time they got through the detailed engineering, the price had gone up to over $1.5 billion. So obviously that's a major impact on the project, and really jeopardizes the viability of the project in general. So so for this reason, we think it's really important to make sure that there is adequate information from the owner in order for the contractor to be able to accurately price that work, and so that there is not a surprise, 6 months or 8 months into the project after you've done a lot of design on the cost side of the work. One other thing to note here is that when you commit to that design build contractor, you're essentially giving up a decent amount of control or a significant amount of control to that contractor. You are committed to that contractor unless you start all over again once you get to that relative cost certainty point. So with that in mind, sometimes you're giving up. I think an owner doesn't realize how much control they're giving up in the process until much later on. So it's just a watch out for owners when they're deciding to use a design build approach on a complex project. And it's not to say that there's not ways to overcome some of the challenges, because there certainly are, but it's just a watch out. So in contrast to that, this is another delivery approach, and it's essentially a multi-prime approach. With a multi-prime, that can look different between different projects. This one depicts basically multi trade contracts that are prime contracts to, in this case, presumably the owner. And so you can see in this scenario, you still go through essentially the same process that you would go through on a design build. It's just at this point, the owner is not committed to a contractor to do that work. And so in this scenario, the owner has more control over their destiny as far as what to do if they run into issues during this process. So the idea is that you would bid out or in the engineering phase, you would have the engineer or designer provide packages that are in line with how you want to procure the individual trade packages. And as that design is released, according to the timing that you establish with the designer up front, you're able to bid out those packages and bring those entities on board. And as you can see, you're making commitment to the individual contractors. And each step you're taking on, potentially some risk there, but you're able to control the process better as the owner in this scenario. Obviously, from an owner's standpoint, it takes more resources to manage a project in this fashion, because you're essentially managing between the trade contractors in this approach. So you talking about cost certainty, if you kind of follow the logic of the design build approach, you really wouldn't have cost certainty until you get to a point where you bid out the majority of the trade subcontracts and have the majority of your pricing in. At that point, you can feel pretty confident that you've got the cost of the work covered in your budget. But there are ways to get that cost certainty and shift it back to the left by working with estimating, working with the owner team, the technical experts in the owner team that know about the project and know how the information that will eventually be developed to generate the work. And working with that team, you can develop cost earlier, potentially, if that's a driver for you as an owner and your budgeting exercises. So those are just kind of three approaches, and how the kind of what we know as a project team impacts maybe how we would approach the project in the various scenarios there. So shifting gears a little bit, we'll talk about the kind of the risk continuum for contract types. And this is a pretty known concept, so no rocket science here, but so there are, as you know, a whole host of different contract types that you can use to contract out for work, construction projects. And on the far left, where the contractor picks up the highest risk, that's a firm fixed price. And if you look at there's some variations of the firm fixed price approach, and you get into cost plus and time and material. And then on the far right, where the owner has the highest risk, there's a cost plus percentage of cost approach. And obviously in this scenario, the contractors just getting paid for what they're doing. They're operating at the owner's direction. And as a result of that, the owner is taking the cost risk on that particular project, cost and schedule for that matter. So using this concept, the next several slides, we're going to talk about some of the other questions that we had proposed early on in the first couple of slides. So let's just talk about cost risk. And as that previous slide just showed, if you're looking at a firm fixed price, that cost risk from an owner's perspective is typically at its lowest point. But if you further you move to the right, cost plus percentage of cost, it would be the highest cost risk as an owner if you decided to use that particular contract type. We've also attempted to show kind of the design build project approach versus design bid build, so that you can kind of see the variables that plays in as well. And really that gap between the design bid build and design build varies based on the complexity of the project. So in a design build scenario, in this case, what we're saying is at contract award for that design builder, there is more cost risk because there is less known at that particular point, especially on a complex project. If it's a simple project, then it may be that there's very little gap or no gap at all. But the more complex the project gets, the wider that gap potentially gets. And then similar to that, kind of the inverse of that is the relative cost certainty at award. Again, on the firm fixed price, you should be hopefully fairly confident at that point that that the cost is what it's going to be for the project, assuming the design is done well and the contractor is a good contractor. But as you move to the right, that cost certainty goes down, and that's essentially because at that point the contractor is not necessarily incentivized to deliver a specific scope in a specific time period, and as the owner, you're taking on the cost risk for that. Again, between the design bid build and design build contracts, a lot of this has to do with the timing and the information that's known at the time of award. I will say that in this scenario, we don't often see in a design build scenario, we don't often see a firm fixed price for that work. So just kind of following through with the same curves that we used previously. So then thinking about schedule risk after award, this follows a lot of the same process as the cost risk. So with a firm fixed price, typically your risk is lowest as an owner. Contractor risk would be at their highest point at that point, because they've signed up for a particular project for a specific amount of time and money. And so therefore, as an owner, that schedule risk should be the lowest at that point. And then as you move to the right end of the spectrum, the cost plus percentage of cost, that schedule risk will be the highest at that point. And then same discussion between the design build and design bid build, that gap narrows or broadens based on the complexity of the project. Changing scope after awards. So sometimes when you're expecting changes, or if you're we have an owner that's very market driven, and there are a lot of changes that come about in their work. We've had actually several different restarts as a result of just changes due to the market that they're reacting to. Sometimes it's important to know how easy it is to make change as an owner, and maybe that plays into your procurement strategy and how you contract out the work. So in this scenario, with the as far as ease of change for a firm fixed price, the bottom of the screen, or the lower line there, is it's not easy to make the change, so therefore it's hard to make the change. And so with a firm fixed price contract or contract type, the contractor is signed up for a specific scope and a specific schedule, and the more changes that an owner makes in that scenario, the more it can impact that particular contractor's work. And as a result, typically there are provisions that they have to make the change if the owner requests it, but it can be costly to the owner to make changes, especially if it's a significant change. So in this scenario, we say it's harder to make the change in a firm fixed price scenario. On the right end of the spectrum, you can see that obviously it's much easier because as an owner, you are able to influence the contractor. They don't really have much incentive to do anything other than just work at your direction. They're getting paid for the work that they do, plus a percentage of the cost of the work. They're getting paid on top of that. So it should be fairly easy to make a change in that scenario. We talked about owner control, and that was one of the questions. How much control do you want during the process? So kind of again on the far left side, in a firm fixed price scenario, you're going to have less control than you would on a cost plus percentage of cost scenario. And that's because the contractor, again, has signed up for a specific scope and for a specific price and schedule. And they typically don't want outside help meddling in that process. Obviously, there are ways that you can work with a contractor at bid time to let them know how much involvement you expect to have in a project. But typically, you have less control in that arrangement than you would on a cost plus percentage of cost contract. And then there is a gap between in a design build and a design bid build approach, especially when it comes to the construction phase. In those scenarios, the contractor is going to want to produce the project that has been designed and going to want to get that finished out the door and completed, and don't necessarily want a lot of owner involvement in that process. So then thinking about just the resources that are required to manage the work. On the firm fixed price, typically the contractor has that work under control, and from an owner standpoint, typically have less resources required to manage the process than you would on a cost plus percentage of cost. And that's because, as on the far right side, you'd be directing the contractor and then also having to validate all of their cost and the information that they are providing when they turn in an invoice. That requires resources in and of itself. So if you're thinking about what type of contract you are going to enter into, that may come into play if you have a resource constraint. And obviously, as an owner, you're not always subjected to your own resources. There are ways to get outside support for this type of, for construction projects. But it always is a concern about the resources. I think a lot of owners also feel like if they're entering into a lump sum or firm fixed price contract, that's not going to take very much to manage that work. And in some cases, that's not the case, and it does require a significant amount of work on the owner side to make sure that the project is moving in the direction that they had anticipated. So as I mentioned, this slide here is basically kind of looking at the major project parameters and in thinking about whether the project is cost driven or schedule driven, whether it's a complex project or a simple project. And when you look at it from that perspective, these are some suggestions of ways that that you could approach your project. These are fairly polarized. Obviously, there are a lot of nuances and there's a whole continuum of different complexities and so forth between a complex project and a simple project, for instance. And having the right approach all depends on the different inputs to the project. So just thinking about let's just start with a simple project, the right-hand column, or a project that's with well-defined scope. If the project is cost-driven, in that scenario, let's just for hypothetically say that schedule is not a concern, then for sure the best approach is a design bid build approach with a firm fixed price contract type. Because of the fact that schedule is not a concern, you have the time to go through the entire design process, to bid it out, and then select a contractor and then execute the contract. So that would be the appropriate strategy for that particular scenario. Then kind of the opposite of that, let's just say it's completely schedule driven and cost is not necessarily a concern. In that case, maybe a design build approach with a cost plus guaranteed max price is the right approach for that scenario. And because it's schedule driven, you need to get the project delivered quickly. Just typically the design build approach helps with that. And then kind of in between, if they're both cost and schedule are drivers, which I would say commonly that is the case nowadays, that in that scenario, probably that design build approach, and then the cost plus with guarantee max price is a valid approach for that scenario as well. In contrast to that, on the more complex projects or projects with uncertain scope, if it's a cost-driven project in that scenario, then again, probably the design build approach with a firm fixed price. Schedule is not an issue. You have time to deliver the project, and as a result, you have time to go through that process. Then if it's schedule driven, one of the options would be like a multi-prime approach or a design build approach in that scenario. And if cost is not necessarily a strong consideration, then you really are flexible in the contract type that you could select there, either multiple lump sum, cost plus, or reimbursable contracts, just depending on how much flexibility you needed in the delivery of that particular project. And then the cost and schedule driven project, again, kind of a multi-prime approach would be a possible approach there with early budget validation to accommodate the cost driven nature of the project. And then you could go with multiple lump sum contracts to help with your cost validation as well, and trying to get the best cost for the work. So maybe there's a few considerations that you would be interested in as an owner when you're approaching your project. Definitely interested in feedback you might have, and hopefully this has been a little helpful.
Very good presentation, a lot of information, and there are a lot of things to consider. So I had jotted down a question, and I think I know the answer to it, but I'm going to pitch it out to you anyway. So when you're dealing with clients, do you have a preferred, if you were going to suggest to someone, this is, I think, the best option for you, what would you normally lean towards?
I think from my perspective, a lot of times we're dealing with, and like I said, most projects are both cost and schedule driven, but leaning towards an approach that really focuses on the cost side. Even a project that the owner says is both cost and schedule driven, typically when it really comes down to it, it's a lot of times it's cost driven. And in order to deliver the project for the best cost, you're trying to optimize the schedule as well. So I would say that a lot of times I lean towards the approach that gives the owner the best control of the project. And so somewhere in that, I wouldn't say I have a strong preference one way or the other. It really kind of depends on what the project is and what the drivers are for the owner. We like working in really any of the scenarios, and they all are appropriate in certain instances. So the different approaches.
Given the information that you have on any given project, it's going to kind of steer you towards the answer.
That's right. Yeah. And trying to understand what that information or the lack of information in a lot of cases, what do we not know that we will need to know in order to deliver this project is a big consideration. And obviously the more complex the project is, the more information that you will have to gather, and that helps steer kind of the direction that you would go.
Okay. Another question I thought of, and honestly, it was just kind of one of those stray thoughts that came up. And how much are you seeing things being brought to you where the owner is interested in sustainability and is willing to maybe pay a bit of a premium if they can then tell a story at the end of the project that they built a really sustainable project?
Yeah, so I think it depends on the client. What we do notice that our larger clients have a lot of times have more interest in that. You deal with large clients like Boeing and Toyota and some of those types of entities. They have a very strong sustainability and drive to make sure that they are incorporating that into their projects. I think even smaller owners, though, they're interested in efficiency. And so when efficiency and sustainability align, then obviously that is a strong driver in that scenario.
Okay. And so David Stutzman raised a very good question here is, if you're working with a client on a multi-prime project, do you recommend that they try to manage that themselves or bring in a construction manager, maybe a third party?
Yeah, I think a lot of times what we see is owners do not have the resources in-house. I think traditionally in the past, owners had construction capabilities in-house. I think the trend has been that level of resource is not as prevalent now. So I think it depends on the client and what their capabilities are, and what their interests are, and it also depends on the size of the project. So if it's a small project, a small cap project in the existing plant, a lot of times owners have the resources available to manage that. You have probably fewer contractors involved in a smaller project. But if it's a large project, then a lot of times they would not have those resources.
Okay. And on a contract that's got a kind of a max price identified, have you used incentives to try to drive the contractor to a number lower than that by being willing to share? Yeah,
and that, I would say we would recommend that on every scenario where the price is not fixed at the outset. There is some discussion about when to introduce that concept of the shared savings. Is it before or after the contract's awarded? When in the process, in order to so that it doesn't lead to bad behaviors in the establishment of that GMP. But for sure, we would recommend that in most cases.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good presentation, and it's going to take us into our lunch break. And so just want to remind everyone that we will start back promptly at 1. And again, I want to recognize our sponsors, Construct Secure and NCCER. And folks, I'm giving you a couple extra minutes for lunch, and we will look forward to having you rejoin at 1. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Kevin. Welcome back to Start to Finish, Utilizing Procurement and Contracting, the Foundation of Construction. Again, I'd like to start off by thanking our sponsors, Construct Secure and NCCER. I failed to mention earlier today when we started that I know we were all expecting to be in sunny southern Florida today. So I did the best I could to kind of set the stage with my background picture that actually came from southern Florida. So I meant to mention that earlier. So our next panel of the summit will cover simplifying the RFP process for better project delivery. Karen Kenneth, Vice President of Construction with CNA, will moderate the panel. And the panel includes Owen Brooks, Director of Global Capital Procurement with Pfizer, Kevin Batchy, Senior Director of Procurement and Logistics with Integrated Project Services, and Sean Burnham, Vice President with Performance Contracting, Inc. You can check your app again to get their complete bios, and I will turn it over to Karen.
Thank you, Rodney, and thanks everyone for joining us for this, what we believe will be a lively and interactive discussion with an incredibly talented panel based upon a purposely abbreviated and flawed RFP. So this case study RFP presentation and solutions are intended to highlight challenges caused by poorly prepared RFPs and leave you with ideas for proposing robust project solutions. The proposed solutions to be discussed are real. We welcome your participation, and you can use the chat feature to participate and offer any suggestions or questions as we go along. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our owner, Owen, to walk us through his riveting RFP.
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect, and you can see the slides, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're off to a good start then. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Karen pointed out, I'm going to go through an RFP from an owner's perspective. This is purposely flawed to help drive some thinking and conversation as we go through the next 45 minutes. I also want to call out Kevin Ball, because without his prior presentation, this would have been a little more difficult. And I think he prompted a lot of good thoughts that we can apply to this very flawed RFP. Although it's flawed, I will point out that each of you will probably recognize some elements here that you've probably seen and have experienced in the past. So let's move forward. So what I'm going to be talking about today is a large facility, a new multi-product facility that we're going to be building in Singapore. Okay, so I'll jump right in. Welcome to the project. Okay, so just as an overview of this project, we're going through a number of business needs and changes to our business portfolio. We're going to be building this new API facility in Singapore. We're going to be actually expanding an existing facility. So there are a lot of complications and shared service requirements that are going to be required here. We're going to be looking for our bidders to design and construct 3 components to this project. The first is a dry facility, dry products, dry processing. Adjacent to that would be a wet production building and the associated services to that. And then finally, a hydrogenation building and all the related services to that. So it's a sizable project and very complex. The timeline, all I can say is it's aggressive, it's tight. We need design to be complete in the 4th quarter of 2021. And then following that, of course, the completion of construction to the wet and dry buildings following through in the 2nd quarter of 2022 and so on. And as you can see from the schedule here, we're expecting full completion of this facility in 2023. Okay, we're going to be rating proposals based on adherence to that strict schedule and timeline. And at the same time, how well the bidders are going to be able to influence the cost, to keep costs down and within reason to meet our budgets. Your proposal is to include a fixed price for EPCM services. We want budget certainty. We don't want to have a lot of questions as we go through this process. We have fixed budgets. We need to be respectful of that. We're going to look at your safety records and EMR ratings. We want to really examine who you're going to be proposing for your construction management team and design team. And then we want to see as part of your proposal a full list of all of your pre-qualified suppliers and subcontractors. Finally, the successful contractor is going to have to be responsible for all work of the subcontractors. We as the owner don't want to have to worry about those issues and don't want to take on the unnecessary risk. We've got a number of other requirements that we want to talk about here as well. We need to maintain complete confidentiality on the entire project. We're not going to accept any liability or be responsible for omissions on the part of you as the bidders on the project. We do reserve the right to request a best and final offer. We do want to make sure that you're compliant to all the local environmental policies and have a strong environmental program in place. We want to make sure that you have a strong and robust diversity program. In spite of being in Singapore, we do want to see what you can bring to that program, which is required by us. We want to make sure you have a good, solid quality program, a disaster recovery program. We want to make sure that your staff is fully qualified, that they're fully technically qualified and can really strengthen the project. We want to make sure that you have a strong escalation process and understand how that's going to work. And ideally, you're on a master contract agreement with us, the owner, so that we don't have to spend a lot of time negotiating terms and conditions. We are looking for 120-day payment terms. And of course, expect that you are fully compliant to all FCPA regulations and requirements. With that, we do need you to be ready to receive this RFP right on December 24th, 2020. It's right around the corner. We are sensitive to the fact that there are some holidays mixed in here, but are confident that you won't let that hold you back at all. We do want to have a pre-bid meeting at our facilities on January 4th, and all questions and correspondence must be closed out by January 20th. And we require your proposal on January 27th, 5 p.m., no exceptions. And that's it. Thank you very much. We look forward to your participation in this exciting project.
So Owen, before we turn this over to Kevin and Sean, just a couple of questions for clarification.
Okay.
So in the RFP request, you request lump sum pricing for EPCM work, but are you open to considering other contracting methods or pricing models?
Okay, well, I guess the objective of the project is to really keep this complex project on budget and on schedule. And our leadership has really a very low tolerance for overspending and delays and other risks. I'd really have to understand what value other contracting methods might bring to the project without creating more risk.
Okay, so you're saying maybe. Another clarification, the other requirements listed appear on many RFPs. They likely add costs that become part of project cost. Are they all really necessary?
Yeah, I get this question often on our RFPs. They kind of seem frivolous, but many of these items are driven by our policies and procedures, and things like diversity are actually required under our government supply contracts. So we do have to be respectful of them. I suggest that each of those items be fully understood and commented on in the proposal to show that you have the right understanding.
Okay, all right, and last question. Would you be willing to collaborate with contracting partners in lieu of bidding if it meant reducing the timeline for sourcing or project building?
Yeah, look, our real objective of this project is to be first to market with an exciting new product. If a different type of model or process can help us to get there, I'm all ears. I'm willing to discuss that. As long as I can hold the contractors accountable for their part of this process, I'm comfortable with having that discussion. Yeah.
All right. I think that's fair. So, so now we're going to turn it over to Kevin from the EPCM perspective and Sean from the contractor perspective. And Kevin, this is a really, really compressed time to respond. And Merry Christmas from Owen, by the way. So how do you take it forward?
So there's a couple things that jump out at me right off the bat from the EPCM side. So first of all, the two C's are going to come into play is what I always look at is contingency and clarifications. So you've got a contract type that you want to let EPCM fixed services. So from my perspective, I see that as I'm holding the risk on the services piece of that. So engineering needs to be fixed on through CM and possibly CQV services if you add that to the RFP later. Christmas, okay, you're going over the 4 weeks where we want to have a fair idea of price on this job, which we count on our general contractors, and we count on the contracting base to help us put that together. When we look at giving them an opportunity to bid, and we talk to them, we like to give them 6 weeks. Okay, that just for their piece of it to break down the scope and put the numbers together. What maybe Sean will verify talking about this, and what I've heard from our contractors in the past is it's a pricing exercise. So they're going to look at it as, all right, we got this big job from IPS and others are throwing it out there on the street. We're going to throw a price at it that keeps us somewhat covered, but we know at the end of the day, we're going to come back around and we're going to have to bid this job again. So there's really, maybe we have a catalyst as a partner, but maybe a tier down. There's not a catalyst as a partner of Pfizer's to participate. So what are we really getting? We're getting guys that, catch us the next time around when you get the award, and we'll, sharpen pencils. You'll have some scope delineated at that point in time. We'll be able to look at it a lot closer for you. So talking about cost certainty is we're already building at this point in time a contingency that is not coming back. So if that job gets awarded at an estimate of cost of 300 million in Singapore or whatever you're looking at, in my experience, that number doesn't come back down. So if you're really looking at getting the best number going in, if you're looking at target value design, if you're looking at how do we build this facility and its parts that you've mentioned for a certain number, to me, it makes sense to maybe loosen up some of the requirements, maybe not in your RFP, but maybe downstream a little bit when you say, we really need to go 3 bids and, 3 bids and a buy on all these contracts. So we see that as now we're bringing guys back into the table for more effort to look at the job. One guy's going to win, and you still have the element of, time, because we can't go into a fixed price contract with this later on until we get to the point where there's enough scope developed that we can sit down with the Seans of this world and these other guys and say, is there enough to price this job? Where are we loose? Where are there gaps? So I don't see the rush up front necessarily as saving the time so much on the back end. Whereas I think if we had a loosened requirement where we could, bid with partners, take in, qualify our folks up front. Again, I'll let Sean talk to this, but my thoughts are, is there some sort of advantage to, the team approach where we get the job, they get the job, and then, I want to hear what the downsides of all that is from the owner as well as from the general contracting population as to why that's not, a plausible way to move forward. So maybe Sean, you could talk to that.
Sure. And I echo, Kevin, a lot of your points in that, hey, everybody's building contingencies, right? So at the end of the day, are we passing the real value on to the owner when there are so many unknowns? And hey, I understand that a lot of this information still needs to be vetted, right? We don't know the answer. There's still work that has to be done. There's still design that has to be done. So it's difficult to quantify and then price partial baked information. So everybody is going to continue to add cost and contingencies. And, from my perspective as a trade partner, the short time frame also has its impact as I reach out to a variety of manufacturers and other partners on the material line to see what their availability is, how they're going to price the project, and you can add a lot of different variables in terms of material pricing and equipment pricing into the mix because of the unknowns as well.
So Sean, one thing that we discussed as a group before was getting involved in design as its services as a trade partner early in the discussion. So as a contractor, what issues or concerns do you have around that?
Yeah, so if, hey, for example, in Owen's request here, he's looking for a fixed price, right? And certainly had a lot of other challenges, but I'm sure most people, as they looked at that, they keyed in on a fixed price with not a lot of variables. And so if we're going to do that, then obviously there's risk, as Kevin said. So really, if we're going to do something different, if we're going to suggest something different from my perspective as trying to put the numbers together to provide a real number to this project, it's really difficult to do. So if we could change that contract structure, and I know you guys have talked about GMPs and IPDs and things like that, there's some conversations that can be had, because right now we're going to try to offer some pricing when we ought to be offering some design assist solutions, right? And we have experience certainly in our area where we feel like we know our product lines, we know what manufacturers and what conditions perform the best in certain areas. So rather than maybe come at it from a price perspective right off the bat, it's looking and seeing, hey, how can we engage the trade partner into other conversations? Now, there's other things that come into play there, because we as a trade partner are going to invest time into this project, right? We're going to have some intellectual property where we're going to share our expertise, and we're going to have some investment as it relates to putting this proposal together. So this is kind of a double-edged sword when you're asking folks to get involved at the level of detail where we could offer a lot of solutions, but we really don't have any guarantees on the back end. So there's that kind of that struggle as a trade partner of how much information do I give up front, which then could be included in the documents in the future that would then go to my competitors, right? And then essentially be priced in the RFQ at a later date. Or could I potentially put myself in a position here as a partner to you, to where you trust the information that I have, you see the value that I'm bringing, and you want some sort of exclusivity with us, whether that's getting into a budget that you already have segmented for our scope of work. But we work together to get you where you want to be, and we develop that trust along the way. And I feel like that's the best approach, certainly on more complicated builds where you don't have all the information, and you're not going to have all the information up front. So this traditional bid and spec type profile doesn't work well. And you're losing value as an owner because you are not given the information from the experts in a free trade of information, if that makes sense.
It does. And I think trust is a really big component of this here. So what could help develop trust with that collaborative team?
That's a great question. And, I think things really come to mind. First of all is relationships, right? So the longer we spend getting to know each other, working through problems, working through details, knowing that I have your best interests in mind, you getting to know me on a personal level, and I getting to know you on a personal level. And there's just that connection, right? The relationships are very, very important. And that's going to allow us to bridge the gap when we have some challenges. So first of all, I would say in order to develop that, you need to have a relationship, and you need to spend time doing that. And the sense of this RFQ at the beginning here was go, 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 fast, fast, fast. And we're really not developing that relationship or that framework or foundation, right? And the second thing is potentially a partnership agreement. And we've done this a number of times, and I think they're very successful. And I'm not talking about a contract. Contracts will come and we'll have master agreements, as Owen had in his presentation, all that. But really a partnering agreement at the beginning of a job that says, hey, I'm going to use my company as a reference. Hey, PCI, we want you to be involved in this project. We want you to include these scopes of work, and we want to work with you. And this is, in our partnership agreement, you lay out to me, this is what I can expect in this relationship. And maybe it's not what I want. Maybe it's not a, hey, if you do this and we get to budget, we're married. It's maybe, hey, I'm going to give you a certain percentage of leeway, or whatever you think you can do as an owner to buy those services. Let's put it up front. Let's get it in writing, right? And let's have an understanding. And in that partnership agreement, as a trade partner, I'm going to learn what you need from me, but I'm also going to be able to ask what I get from you without it being confrontational or weird, right? So maybe for me, it's, hey, I really need my cash faster than 120 days, or I need my retention reduction at 50%. That's important from my operation and my company. So there's some give and take that, hey, if we work through this partnership and we go to contract, these are the things that we're going to work together to build.
That's great. So Kevin, Owen, how do you, what are your thoughts?
Yep. So I'm listening. I think this is all valuable, but what types of benefits can I anticipate to see by this collaboration as we progress through the project? What practical things would come from that?
I'll take that, Owen. I mean, I think, I think it was Eddie and Tyler talked about it earlier this morning too, about setting expectations and up ahead. I'm not saying this is a year ahead of a project where you're putting an IFOA agreement in place, but I think some fundamental understanding of the goals and objectives of the project from the owner's side. And then in key partners, not just from, I understand the procurement side of it, understand that you're going to bid to find value. You're still, at the end of the day, I believe you're going to go look for the best teams to build projects for you. But I think, understanding of the goals, what is that target price? What are we trying to accomplish? What is the schedule? What are we really trying to accomplish? And then getting teams to buy into certain, whether it's, you call it a bonus, incentive, or whether you call it, LDs, whatever, you want to put on that thing. But I think those discussions prior to the RFP being let, even maybe in an RFI, to come out ahead of it and say, where are your heads on this? Where's your availability? What kind of team would you put together? Because ultimately, I think, what seems to trump everything else is the composite of that team, the capabilities, and who's coming to the table. And if you can lock them into contractual incentives around that, or targets, we're looking for this target value by this date, and set those goals and set those milestones. I've never been a fan of shoddily thrown together performance bonuses. I believe you're hiring people to do what you're hiring them to do. So you're hiring them for their performance. So why do you want to pay them more? Well, it's to avoid a lot of the contingency drag out. What I find is that the worst part when responding to some of these RFPs, and, I haven't seen the full content of this one, but when you sit there and you just feel like you're taking yourself out of the game with the number of clarifications you're putting in there, and you're saying, wow, we don't know this, we don't know this. And it's like, are we giving our resume of our best team to put forward here, including our subs? I think our key subs, especially as we go into more and more design build, or am I giving them a resume of everything I can't agree to? And a lot of times these RFP responses feel negative because, you're telling them all the things that you have to caveat. And I would much rather have that discussion up front with you. What are your targets? We're going to hold them. We're working as a team. Oh, and by the way, and again, this is some of the flow downs that I don't know how the GC world, I've heard Sean in the past and PCI's perspective and others' perspectives on it. Some people feel it takes them right out of the race, so they won't have anything to do with it. Some people feel like it's, we'll go in with you guys and, come hell or high water, we win it. We're gonna do this project and we're gonna win. And others are like, well, we'd still like the option of talking to everybody else if you don't win the project. So, but I think, cutting to the chase, defining it up front, Owen, is really the key. And I don't think any of us really do a good job. I know we don't have a lot to tell our subcontracting community when we're asking them over Christmas to bring their estimators in and respond, in a few weeks. It's tough. We never say no, right? The EPCM community, we'll get you that, we'll get you. But the reality is there's nobody on the other end of the phone a lot of times. So there's not a lot of help and support, especially with, hey, I'm going to see this thing again when that detailed design comes out in the third quarter. Why do I need to jump through hoops? So I think just getting people aligned with the goals and taking that little bit of extra time up front before even the RFP comes out and say, all right, now I'm at least bidding to 3 or 4 guys that have my same mindset. They understand what I need to do, how much I need to do it for. And I feel like I've, eliminated as much contingency at this point as I can, eliminated as much need for clarifications, or at least made them part of the wrap up into a lump sum later. That's kind of where my head is on it.
I'm sure it's never happened with anybody on this call, but I have seen where we've gotten requests for proposals that are actually cut and paste from other jobs. So you get this laundry list of things that have kind of been all thrown on the page, and there you go. There's your request, and so we read through it, and I don't even really know what the priority of the owner is at that point. Because that was off of, I can tell that was from a prior project and this and that, and so they've been cut and pasted. And again, if you don't have that dialogue, I'm pricing this, and I know that in part some of this is real garbage, and to be blunt, and so I would rather be able to go to one of my partners here and go, okay, of this list of things that Owen read through at the beginning of this, what are your priorities? What are the measuring sticks that are really going to happen? Or is some of this just from, hey, documents that have carried on from the last 15 years, and we just continue to carry this same language onto these things? And I do think that that's a problem. I really do. The other thing is, what's the value? I go back to that old mantra of who's closest to the problem probably has the best solution. So again, if we can drive that information down and we can engage those people, and whether they're manufacturers, trade partners, whatever, if we can engage them, there's more value to the owner. They're going to get a better product. They're going to have better performance. I'm convinced of that. So, so if you have a blanket spec and a blanket information, it may not be the best. And so having time to kind of vet your way through that, I think will give you a better completed project.
Mm-hmm. Well, very good. What if we took that RFP and spun it around and introduced the concept that we as the owner are trying to introduce, and we want to be first in the world to introduce a product which could cause cure a certain type of cancer, and you realize that going in, how would that change your attitudes and your ability to support and drive timelines? Would that help?
I'll take that. I mean, yeah, and I think those are the stories that get lost as they go tier down to tier down. Owen, we have had owners that are really really excited, and they drag that down through the team and get everybody on board with that product. And I don't think it happens enough, unfortunately. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, the more heralded the project, the more heralded the product, you know, the higher profile, you certainly have the community is more engaged in that type of project. Now, you know, at the end of the day, will it drive business decisions? Maybe. I mean, maybe from, you know, being involved, you know, everybody wants to be involved in that project versus, you know, one that's just repeating something else maybe, or, you know, doesn't have the profile. But certainly, yeah, I mean, I think from a project team perspective on the owner's side to, I've seen guys do it very successfully in the past on projects where they really, you know, every meeting may start off with a safety moment, but every meeting's followed up with a product aha, you know, just a little commercial of a, you know, somebody being healed or a kid, you know, playing soccer that couldn't walk a week ago, and those sorts of things. So I think, yeah, I mean, it all builds the team, but I think in general, it's lost at the first tier. You know, I think we hear a lot of it. Do we get it down to our contractors? Maybe not as good as we should, but certainly something to take into consideration.
So we've got a comment in the chat which says, if we can rally around a cause or the mission by understanding the business case, that maybe it just develops some more innovative solutions to meet the goal.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, you know, certainly for the workers that are engaged, it can be very motivational. You know, say you have a drug that we're working on, and somebody has a personal story in their family or whatever. It makes it very personal. We've seen that probably with COVID. We all probably have stories of COVID in loved ones and family. And right now, as we build facilities for the manufacturing of those vaccines, people are excited about it. People are talking about, hey, we're going to help, you know, our country, and we're going to help the world out because we have a bigger picture in mind. And I will agree with Kevin. I don't know that we do a very good job of promoting that, certainly to the ones that can probably impact it at a job site level and, you know, at a team's level. And it's really easy to do. We just aren't real mindful of it. That could be a very quick, easy takeaway for sure.
So we've got a question that popped up in the chat again, that are you finding that some industries are communicating their corporate culture better than others?
The questions to
anybody?
To anybody in general?
Anybody.
I'll take a real quick shot at it, and I think it's probably more geared towards Owen as far as you know, the people that are actually understood and people know who they are when you turn on the TV. But yeah, I think we do. We spend a lot of time, you know, with the permission of our clients, marketing, you know, the projects that are impacting our communities and impacting people, and our corporate culture around safety, around the healthcare, you know, of America, around the or the world, and around the mission to help clients build their businesses more so than just build facilities. So that's kind of our culture. I do see it everywhere. I don't think anybody can go to Interflex in our industry and not see it there. I'm not a marketing person, so I don't know how much more they can do, but I do see the marketing aspect of it, and I do see it on job sites as well. So I think we're doing an okay job.
Yeah, I'd add this, Kevin, that at Pfizer, I've seen the full range of excitement around projects. There are certain projects that just are cookie cutter projects, and they just seem to happen, and there's not much excitement about them. But where we have built in a marketing approach up front on certain products and initiatives that we're taking on, it can really raise the excitement bar for the project right down to the subcontractor level, because they know they're doing something special to change people's health and change the world ultimately. And if we do a good job as owners at conveying that message and getting people excited about it, it has a dramatic impact on all aspects of the project. Differences seem to melt away. They're always there, but you deal with them differently because at the end of the day, you want to get to that completion and again, be a part of that. So I think companies are smart in getting that message out regardless of what the project is. And it makes a difference.
I think,
yeah, I think we call them, you know, internally, we call them cats and dogs, Owen. You know, it's like we our
Yeah.
clients, we understand that there's going to be a lot of projects that are, you know, their infrastructure, or maybe their warehousing, or maybe there's something that's like, you know, okay, these are cats and dogs projects, but we know, you know, we got to prove ourselves. We work on these to get those high profile ones. And I think we're no different than anyone else. You know, we'll put in the time and work and get those successful projects to get the opportunities for the high profile, because there is a buzz when it's a high profile. And like I said, you know, the question was, do we do a good job of kind of pushing that down? I don't know that we do, but internally, I mean, there's a buzz when it's a good project comes in and it's you know, high profile. So
yeah, I think a lot of that falls, the responsibility really does fall on the owner to get that message down throughout the entire project. And yeah, there's ways to do that. There's workshops that can be had. There's different, you know, everything from videos to people giving testimonials that help drive that message where it's appropriate.
So one more question. So we talked around IPD or IFOA. So Sean, to you, what your thoughts about an IPD contract?
Hey, there's certainly an avenue and a reason and an opportunity to use them. We have used them. I will tell you there's some pros and cons. From somebody that's going to sign up with other trade partners into agreement like that, obviously we have shared risk, we have shared reward, right? We're essentially putting our margin at risk, along with people that we can't control how they're going to track their costs, how they're going to manage the job, how they're going to perform. Yet I'm their partner. So I go back to what I said at the very beginning of this. These work if all of the trade partners on that job site have a deep history together, understand each other, trust each other, and have worked alongside each other for a long time. And then they make a lot of sense. So we're in some facilities where we've done everything from new builds to continued maintenance. And we continue to see the same, you know, other partners that are in there, other contractors. So when a larger job comes online, it's actually pretty easy for us to do an IPD format in that because there's comfort with each other, right? But we've been asked also to do IPDs in another scenario where, hey, we're gonna start a new project in a different area with contractors that I don't have any experience with, and then you're going to want me to sign a contract that says they're good and I'm going to put my margin at risk with them. Those don't tend to work as well because, again, there's no relationship that's the basis of trust. And I'm very reluctant to do it on that type of scenario. Would I do something other than a fixed price? Sure. You know, maybe there's, in this scenario with Owen that Owen presented here, maybe I can do a GMP with a with a fixed price or fixed cap. So, hey, he knows what the top end would be with obviously with some of my contingencies built in and all that, but he has a number, right? He has a number that he can present to his ownership and all of that. And in the meantime, he and I are working together to drive the costs down, and we have this GMP experience, and I have some skin in the game that I'm not going to take him over this threshold, but we're working together to reduce the cost, and that can be a win-win as well. We do a lot of those types of scenarios, and those experiences are really, really good because, again, the project can move forward we could be a part of the design assist. We can offer solutions and we still have a relationship, right? And I'm still covering his backside on the on ownership and making sure he's getting what he needs to feel comfortable on the cap, but also working on trying to lower the cost all the way through.
Very good. So Karen, Owen, Kevin, and Sean, great scenario. I can tell that you probably have each lived through something that was as sketchily put together. I think probably most of us who have been in the business a little while have experienced that on some level. And just another great demonstration of the need to really lobby your companies to involve supply chain and procurement and contracting early in the process. So maybe you can kind of help point out some of these traps before you have to walk through them. And so I really appreciate the discussion. The topic is a great one. It's timely in that it seems to never completely go away. Sometimes it gets better and then it swings back. And so I really appreciate that. Karen, any closing comments?
So Owen we've got 5 key takeaways from this. So Owen, you want to cue up the last slide?
Trying. There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
So, Kevin, you want to take 1 or 2 of these?
Yeah, I'll grab a couple of them. So yeah, questions is good and bad. So I made the comment earlier about too many questions, too many clarifications. So I think the RFP phase where Owen has it on a slide here is where you want to ask the questions. I mean, when I don't get anything from my subcontractors, that's a problem because I know they don't understand what we've written. And I'm guessing on the owner's side that Owen feels the same way. So get this stuff on. I even think it's the time to propose solutions, even though, not everybody is as flexible. There's a lot of team-oriented, qualitative analysis that goes behind a lot of these RFPs that the owner's already established what they want to make their awards on. So, but the questions that, if you're going to respond as appropriately as possible, get the questions out there. Get the RFP broken out into the different divisions that are looking at it so everybody has time. That's an internal thing, not for you guys, but get it so everybody has a chance to look at it and get their questions posed. And then the second one I'll take as well, and that's where I think Owen, we talked about it, and Sean, get the real objectives out there. I mean, when I'm writing an RFP to my subs, maybe I don't always know exactly what the true objectives are. I can kind of translate that into what they are for us. But if we really know where the owner's coming from, then we're in the best position to help them. And if we really know who the skills are that do the certain things, then we're in a position to offer the solution that pushes it down to the right level to supply that solution. And again, that's, I think, where it was invaluable what we heard from Kevin, what we heard from the Construction Brothers this morning. They're talking about it. We're all talking about is getting the actions, let's just say actions in general, pushed down to the lowest level. So who's the most responsible to take the risk? Who's the best suited? Those are the people that should be in on the objectives, being able to make suggestions and help drive the team in the right direction to help the client. I think at the end, we all want the next job, so we're all trying to help the client achieve their objectives.
So Rodney, you're cutting us off.
I'm going to jump in. I hate to do it, but I'll remind everybody that the presentation will be available in the app. Great content, good presentation. And but in the interest of keeping us on schedule, I'm going to move us along. So thanks again, folks. I can see you put a lot of effort into it, and I really appreciate that.
Sure thing, Rodney.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Brian Umstead, Supplier Relationship Manager with Duke Energy. Brian is going to be discussing key performance indicators, creating partnerships that work. So Brian, I will turn it over to you. Are you there?
I am, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a very good day. It's let me make sure I'm presenting correctly. Can you guys see the
I
presentation?
can see the portal page, yes.
Okay.
And now I can see your slides.
Okay. Let me get them into presentation mode. And Rodney, you've done a great job today. I didn't realize that you could moonlight as a late night talk show host or a talk show host.
So, and I really didn't pay Brian to say that.
How about that? Well, it's been a great summit so far. We've and we're gonna get this down here in just a second. Let's share. All right.
Okay, your slide is up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, so it has been a great conference, and starting out with Eddie and Tyler this morning, they actually stole my cold intro. I was gonna play the entire movie of The Wizard of Oz, but they took my thunder there. But we'll eventually get to talking about key performance indicators today, and the good thing about that is that we just like most great movies, it takes a second to get to the portion of the movie that the title indicates. Some of the greatest movies out there will typically go through a long journey before they actually get to the things that they're going to be talking about. We're going to do some of that today. We'll get to talking about key performance indicators, but we'll get through the storm, and then we'll cover a few facts about Duke Energy to give you kind of a perspective that that we have as we look at projects. Then I'll talk to you a little bit about our supplier relationship management at Duke Energy. We'll give you an opportunity to see the why behind many of the things that we do and many of the models of interaction that we have. And then that'll lead us right into that discussion of key performance indicators from a corporate culture perspective and where your individual KPIs at that point will fit in. From a corporate perspective here, we're a large utility regulated in 7 states, the North and South Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Tennessee. We've got our supply chain typically manages about a $13 billion supply chain annually, and we do our best to take good care of what our customers have asked us to do in our territories. That's a snapshot of the territories that we serve on a regulated basis. But I also wanted to give you a perspective of many of the projects that we have in renewables as well, so that you can kind of see the
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
Your sound is going in and out on us.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we better now?
Oh, much better.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Also wanted to give you a perspective of our renewables projects as well, because we do have a number of projects throughout the United States that you can see here. All right. Now let's talk supplier relationship management. My role at Duke Energy is supplier relationship management. I do sit within supply chain, and but I've got a goal of making sure that as we reach out and to be supportive of our CEO and each one of our business units, that we are able to communicate. And I was fortunate to be able to kind of plan a question in for the last panel. As I've said, this has been a great flow today. I was able to put a question in and ask how well many of the owners have been at how well we've done at communicating what our needs are, what we need to get done from an overall project perspective, so that we can all be on the same page from owner to prime to subcontractors as well. Now, much of what I talk about will fit well into the construction model, but much of this will also go across business units. You know, I have responsibility for nuclear, fossil hydro, transmission, distribution, IT, renewables, real estate, et cetera. So there are a number of business units who we have to come up with a model for making sure that the interaction is mutually beneficial for our partners in taking care of our customers. So at Duke, SRM means we're gonna try to be better listeners than we've been in the past in the utility industry and the construction industry. We're gonna try to be better communicators than we've been in the past. So many of the principles and practices that the other panelists and speakers have shared, we wanna take into account, and we wanna learn from our past successes and our past obstacles, and bringing together a group on the same page as we go through our projects. So in general, we pay attention to safety engagement, performance management, where we'll find many of our KPIs and things that we both feel are important to making this project a success. Corporate responsibility and tier 2 support. I know we talked about subcontracting with the last panel, and it's become an important way of doing business. It's become important, especially to our regulated utilities and our corporate partners that we do business on behalf of. Another part of creating good communication is making sure that I've got good supplier information and understand the capabilities of our partners, and making sure that we're talking at the right level. So you'll see executive engagement and issue resolution there, so that we can all be looking at being a solution-based partnership as we go forward. We also, as we talk about innovation, we also like to create an environment where we can partner in training and learning and growing together. So those are just some of the things that are encompassed in supplier relationship management. And just so you know, it's more than just a department. It's actually got to become a culture within our organization, so that as you saw on the other slide, we've got 28,000 employees at Duke Energy, and we probably got double that on any day with contingent workers and staffing personnel. So it's extremely important for us to be able to explain what we're doing in a way that resonates with everyone. So I know the last panel talked about, you know, the marketing of it to our customers, the marketing of it, the communication of it to our partners. For my purposes, it's important to make sure that the culture is understood and what we need to do to be a significant and successful player in the utility industry. We have to understand what the needs of the commissions are, and many of the stakeholders in the industry, regulators, commissioners, our shareholders, of course, and each one of those business units I shared with you earlier, as well as our supply chain team members, and not to mention EHS and safety and supply diversity and so forth and so on. So what you see on the screen now is a general snapshot of some other SRM components. And I wanted to share those because as our program was built, it was important that we find a way to align with business unit objectives so that we could all be speaking on the same page, figure out a way to improve performance management internally, externally, and as partners. So we also wanted to identify cross-organizational opportunities so that when we find a great partner, they aren't stuck in one pigeonhole area when they could provide success in other areas. And then we also wanted to create a culture that goes beyond price and looks for that partnership and the ability to move forward and redefine what success is. I will touch for a second on the corporate responsibility aspect of what we do, because it's a big part of what we do. For us, we've embedded corporate responsibility into our bid process. And for us, corporate responsibility includes local, diverse, and sustainability. So when you bid within a Duke Energy project, there will be some weighting that will give us an understanding to an opportunity to understand who can help us best around all of these lines, and so that we can choose wisely who our partners are going forward. Many of the things that we've done with local spend, we've had over 30% with local, with suppliers who are local to our territories, and that helps us as we speak in every region with our commissioners and regulators. Our diversity spend has been over $1 billion for 5 years in a row, and we've been a part of the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for a 15th consecutive year, as that announcement came out yesterday. So I thank you to all of our current partners who have helped us to accomplish that. Now, let's talk about key performance indicators. For each project, as our contracts are put together, there's going to be a number of things that will be specific for each contract, whether we're building, doing vertical build, or whether we're building the power plant, or whether we're putting together something within our real estate organization, a partnership within real estate. It's important for each supply chain team member to be able to identify the things that are important to that contract. And many of you will be able to submit some things that have been important to you and that will probably open our eyes. But I want to make sure that I point out those things that have been important to the overall model to help us become consistent in understanding the what success means for us. What you're looking at here is one style of scorecard, an opportunity to have conversations around the things that you've identified as important and things that we've identified as important as well. So on this scorecard, you'll see safety. And I don't think anybody will raise their hand and say, hey, where'd that come from? It's been key to everything we've done, and I'm sure to what you're doing every day. So safety is always going to be a part of that conversation. The next area is probably the most significant area, because when you talk in general, quality, delivery, and performance all fit into that area. So though the scorecard I'm showing you here is a scorecard designed to create two-way communication, many of the things in that area are the things that are going to make it to your contract and the things that you're going to strive for on a day-to-day basis and actually put in ink. Customer service is another talking point that can go on this style scorecard, where we get a chance to talk through the response times and other things that are important to you and to us to identify whether we're communicating well and whether we're responsive to each other's needs. And then contract management, resource management, cost management will always be a part of the equation. So at the bottom of that scorecard, and again, this is an eye chart, so I'll tell you what's at the bottom of that scorecard. It's a Net Promoter Score. Because many of our suppliers had Net Promoter Score surveys that they were sending out, we were given an opportunity to add the Net Promoter style question to our scorecard so that we could get feedback on whether we would be a net promoter of a company, and we could reduce the number of scorecards that were going out and surveys that were going out within a particular area. So that was another area for growth that we were working on in finding a success and a model that gives us a chance to communicate transparently. So I certainly wanted to share that style of scorecard with you, as it's one of the tools that we use. So I wanted to break it out a little bit further, one, because you probably couldn't see that last scorecard very clearly, but also so that we could begin to create the opportunity for talking points going forward. I did mention safety, quality. Within safety, we use Avetta as our safety tool, and we've been using it for a few years now, and they've been interactive with us, and we'll continue to look at safety as closely as we possibly can. Quality is the area that I told you is encompasses much of what we will put into the contracts. So wanted to make sure I share that piece with you. And then the service area is the one that also captures some of the things that we agree on as our opportunity to make sure that we're communicating well and that we're hearing each other and getting an opportunity to grow. And then cost management, Rodney made me put that one in there for sure, because we do sit within supply chain, and we want to be as reasonable as possible going forward with our customers' money. Corporate responsibility, we discussed, and we're trying our best to do a better job of explaining how important it is to come up with subcontracting plans that are representative and give us the best chance to remain in the territories that we're currently in and grow as time passes. So it's become a big part of what we do. Our corporation puts out a sustainability report every year that kind of touches on the things that are important to us and the type of corporation we want to be and the type of corporation that our shareholders want us to be. And it's beginning to reflect itself in the results that we're getting. The other thing I mentioned is the innovation and the collaboration. So each relationship is at a different point, and each culture of interaction is at a different point. We started this journey probably 8 years ago when the merger occurred between Duke Energy and Progress Energy in 2012. And we put together a framework that it would take for our employees, our partners, our part of this team to understand what it takes to put a well-rounded product together each time we build and each time we grow forward. And we begin to implement small things and figured out what we could implement in year 1 and year 2. And we began to figure out what scorecards needed to look like, scorecards that were already existing, and how we could create new scorecards that were fair and kind of gave us all an opportunity to be successful. And then that vision in the foreground there is a vision of collaboration, of teamwork, of us understanding what you can do to support us, and you understanding what you can do to support us, and us talking about it and growing that understanding as we go forward. So you see our wheel here in the top corner here, and it talks about how the things that we've identified. Each year I have to understand who our closest suppliers are. I have to understand where those relationships are and figure out how we can get through the continual circle of managing our risk, being a good partner, growing and learning, and finding tools to help us do that. So this doesn't happen in a vacuum. We want to make sure that we're getting the most out of our talent, each one of our employees, each one of our partners, and we want to learn that on a day-to-day basis and figure out where we go next to be competitive. That's basically the gist of the supplier engagement journey and what goes into understanding the key performance indicators from a cultural standpoint, and then how that leaves it open for each prime, each partner, and our supply chain team and business unit team members to come up with key performance indicators that are relevant to the project that they're working on. As I get ready to open up for questions, and Rodney or Rana, I hadn't had a chance to look into the chat box yet, so I'll let you guys kind of manage the chat box. But I wanted to share with you a project that's on the horizon in Charlotte, North Carolina, that's coming up fast. It is a tower project for vertical construction in Charlotte, and it will be one of the Skyline's new showcases. And there was a lot of thought that's gone into it, and it's probably, Rodney, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's probably about 35 to 40% complete now. And we hope that it'll enhance the skyline of Charlotte, but also the work that we put into making it a representative of the culture of Duke Energy. We're hoping will bring back results that say who we are in the work that's being done. So we can open the floor for questions now.
So Brian, I would add that one of the things that we saw really help drive kind of our program to have an impact is by enlisting upper management in our different business unit partners to be the owner of a relationship with that handful of key suppliers who we spend the most dollars with. And so they will typically hit up that meeting with supply chain at the table. They help with determining who in their business unit, along with supply chain, answers those surveys. And those surveys get good response rate. They get a lot of comments, and those comments are shared with the supplier partners as well. So we're fairly transparent. And so those are not always comfortable conversations to be had, but they generally end up being productive conversations.
You're absolutely right, Rodney. And having executive engagement at strategic points within a relationship, within a project, is just hugely important. I think it shows respect from our leadership team. I think it gives an opportunity for us to get to know each other. I know that I know Sean talked about relationships in the last panel, and they're hugely important. They're hugely important to us being able to find common ground before we ever have the need to find common ground. Understanding and respecting each other prior to us getting in a situation where we really have to find a way to come up with solutions is so useful. And that's a model that we're trying to ascribe to, is to make sure that we've got relationships that are beneficial before we ever need them. That we've got the tools in the toolbox before we ever need them. So executive engagement is huge. It's huge for talking about what's coming up in the future. It helps us to plan for the future. It helps us to get perspectives that we may not have known about because we're gathering to talk innovation, and we're gathering to find out what you know in the industry that we may not know, or that we may not know is coming in a more significant way. So two-way communication is huge. At the executive level, it's extremely important. And on a day-to-day basis at the working team level, I think if we've got it at all levels, I just think it's easier to remanufacture and find ways for success. So extremely important. So, great point, Rodney.
So we've got a couple of minutes, and Owen asked a question. And Owen, if I don't get this question quite right, correct me, but he's asking about how we include supplier tiering. And I think he's talking about as far as determining which suppliers are our top tier and which ones are kind of tiers lower than that. And So I'll let you talk about that a little bit, Brian, and Owen, you correct me if I didn't get that quite right.
Sure thing. I'll answer the question as you laid it out, Rodney. And if we're wrong, we'll get with Owen later and answer his actual question. So we do a segmentation. We go through a segmentation process every year. And I'm so cautious to make sure that it's not just an equation where we look at the spend that we have with our top 50 or 60 suppliers, because I think it's so confusing. I think it's misleading if we look at spend alone. That exercise gives me an opportunity to talk to leaders within each one of our business units so I can understand not only what projects are ongoing, but those that are at end of life. So the life cycle is important. I also want to look at projects that are upcoming. So I may not have very much spend with one of our strategic partners, even though they're about to start a high profile project in 2021 that's going to be important to every stakeholder that we're aware of. So I want to know about all of that as I begin to segment for this year, for this 6-month period, for this 18-month period. So we want to look at the relevance of what they're doing now, what they'll be doing in the future. Now we've got some suppliers. For me, the first part of the segmentation is easy. We've got, within the utility industry, we've got 6 to 8 suppliers that they do business with every utility in the country, and they do a healthy amount of business with every utility in the country. And it's important that we have a great way of communicating with them, and they can communicate with us consistently. So we've got one tier. They touch every one of our business units in one way or another. So those are easy to identify. They touch 4, 5, 6 business units within our company, and they've got significant spend, high risk work, medium risk work. They're pretty consistent with that over the last 10 to 100 years. That first tier of enterprise-wide or suppliers that touch every business unit, they're obvious. When I go and start looking at transmission, I want to understand who's important to them now, who will be important to them in the upcoming year and a half, and we break it down that way. And then there are others who are niche suppliers who do something well. They're few and far between. They're rare within their industry. I want to understand my risk when it comes to a supplier who has market share in that way, whether it's something small, whether it's something large. If it's important to us and we need to make sure that we understand what our risks are, we'll include them as well in our next tier of suppliers. We want to make sure we're communicating with them consistently. We've got an understanding of what they do and what they will be doing as the news evolves every day.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. Good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great summit, great conference so far.
You utilized your time well. And so again,
I didn't want you
Brian's bio.
Off the screen. You got Owen. You wouldn't let Owen and his team go over by a minute, so I figured I'd better hurry up and finish.
I'm getting ready to pull the ripcord on you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And Brian's bio is in the app, along with a copy of the presentation. And I'm not sure if it's in his bio or not, but Brian is a former Division I college football player, having played at NC State. So I'll give him a little bit of a plug for his school there.
Well, thank you. But that was a very, very long time ago. And if I had to run, I would need a bicycle.
Okay, understand. You're probably not by yourself in that. Okay, so right now the CURT staff is going to channel us into breakout rooms, and there will be a couple of questions planted for each group to be talking about, and we'll be doing that for about 15 minutes. At 2:30 we'll be brought back together into one group. Welcome back everyone to the back to the one large group. I assume everyone can hear me. Our next speaker is Fred Lyon with the Lyon Firm. And again, I'll point you to the conference app for Fred's full bio so that we can give him as much of his allotted time as possible. to talk about force majeure in the time of COVID. But I want to add one thing that's probably not in his bio. You know, you hear of people occasionally who are storm chasers. Well, during this last hurricane season, Fred has been a storm chasee. So Fred, I will turn it over to you. You're still muted.
Yeah, I know. I need my share screen. So yeah, okay, we're good. All right. Okay, thank you, Rodney. Yeah, Rodney is alluding to the fact that I have a second home in the Chesapeake Bay in Virginia, where we got smacked by a couple of early season hurricanes. And then when I returned to my main home in New Orleans, as some of you recognize, we have spent I think New Orleans has been in 8 hurricane paths, only one of which has actually ended up hitting us. So, but we have survived. So, okay. We are talking today about a timely subject indeed, and that is COVID and force majeure. Did anyone really see it coming? We, I think, can agree that COVID is truly unprecedented. It appears to be continuing. It has had and will have an impact on construction. So as a result, the first place everybody is going to want to look to see how to handle it is their contract, to look at the force majeure clause or the excusable delay clause. Now, for some reason, these catastrophic events tend to happen always on the 11th of some March. I remember March 11th. It was a Wednesday. I was getting ready to watch the New Orleans Pelicans play an NBA game against the Sacramento Kings. And I think they had actually warmed up when word of a positive test on one of the Kings came back. I sat there during the next hour. I saw the NBA shut down its season. I saw President Trump speak from the White House, and I heard that Tom Hanks got sick. I think we can track the beginning of this pandemic as it impacted us to the 11th of March of this year. It took my clients 5 days until the 16th of March before they began calling me in anticipation of force majeure letters and claims. Now, I represent both owners and some OEM contractors. I got a dozen calls in the first couple of days of the week of March 16th from clients, from owners who wanted to know how to defend against what they perceived to be as the likely force majeure claims they were going to get as a result of the COVID pandemic. And a number of my equipment manufacturer clients asked me to draft on their behalf notices of force majeure consistent with the clauses that were in their various contracts. And I'm sure y'all in this room saw a lot of that kind of activity take place during that time of year. I know the legal industry has been all over this because, as lawyers tend to do, I have been inundated with proposed seminars and whatnot by various law firms to discuss force majeure and COVID. So it is a timely topic and one I think that merits the attention that we're going to give it today. Now, the force majeure clause, the excusable delay clause, y'all know it as the acts of God, something that takes place that's beyond the control of either party. It could not have been reasonably anticipated. Many force majeure clauses enumerate, including but not limited to, the kinds of acts of God that will constitute a force majeure event. And in my reviews over the last several months, I've seen it run the gamut. It's not unusual for epidemics to be called out, and this is pre-March 11th, as a potential force majeure event. Pandemics called out. I've seen that probably more often than not, but sometimes it won't be enumerated. So the client is going to say to me, hey, it doesn't say anything on the face of the clause about a force majeure event being an epidemic or a pandemic. Can I do it anyway? And the answer to that is yes, because it's beyond the control of either party. So if the clause is silent and doesn't include epidemic or pandemic as a force majeure event, it will, in all probability, have language that a force majeure event's not reasonably anticipatable and beyond the control of either party. So the threshold inquiry as to whether or not this pandemic is a force majeure event is going to be answered by the clause, in the language in the clause. And I would tell you, because the first question you ask, is COVID-19 a force majeure event? It appears to be once in a century occurrence. It appears to fit well within the definition of force majeure. It is beyond the control of the parties. I guess you could argue that we could have anticipated this. I guess you could have. I think that's a loser of an argument. Now, I've had owners, ornery owners, not Rodney Long, but I've had owner clients who are ornery and they want to say, now, I don't want to recognize this as a force majeure event. That is going to be a tough, I would argue, maybe even an impossible hill to climb if this ends up in court or in arbitration. The only support I could think of for this, and I'm not getting political here, would be to try to argue that the COVID is no worse than the flu, which has been argued on occasion politically. I don't know that in courtroom that argument will get any traction whatsoever. There are other ways to combat a force majeure claim. And I would advise my clients, don't stake your defense on trying to claim that COVID is not a force majeure event. And God forbid you ever got in front of a jury and I think you'd get your head handed to you on that one. So that's not where you're going to win this particular battle on whether or not you have a viable defense to a force majeure claim based upon COVID. The first line of defense that you're going to take, one that is oftentimes ignored, is the notice obligation within the parameters or the terms of the applicable force majeure clause. It's usually going to be written notice must be given from within 7 or 10 days, or maybe 30, from the time the event occurs. And if they don't give that, again, depending on language and the balance of the contract, if a contractor fails to give that notice and subsequently downstream 6 months later tries to file a claim based upon force majeure, you have a preclusive defense. So sorry, you were supposed to notify us within 7 days, 10 days, or whatever it might have been, and you didn't do it. We're not going to consider this force majeure claim. I think every force majeure clause that I reviewed back in March for clients had a notice obligation between 5 and 10 days, every single one. Now, every once in a while, you might have a contract that basically doesn't have a day deadline. It just It requires written notice, but it doesn't stipulate when that notice must be given. The answer to that then becomes, what is a reasonable time from which notice should be given? And reasonable is going to, we can all, as lawyers, will always debate what reasonable is. I would say if you gave it within a month, I think you'd probably satisfy the reasonable barrier. If you gave it 6 months later, I think you're out of luck. But much better in your clause to stipulate the number of days, and much better in your clause, while we're at it, to put pandemic and epidemic as an enumerated force majeure event rather than arguing about that in the future. As a matter of fact, I think contractors and OEMs are going to require that epidemic and pandemic be specifically called out as a basis for a force majeure event going forward. Now, the problem with notice obligations is my third point here, and that is, even though they appear to be a hard deadline, hard and fast, 7 days, 10 days, whatever, courts may not strictly construe them. I have an office in Florida. I do a lot of work in Florida, and courts in Florida are famous for ignoring written notice requirements, force majeure, or changes clauses generally, as long as the owner had actual notice of what was going on. So you have a 10-day notice requirement, you get notice much later, the contract, and you say, no, I'm not going to recognize that claim. The contractor is going to argue, oh, come on. That's a silly notice requirement. On March 11th, you knew that COVID had hit. Everybody in the country knew it had hit. We didn't need to give you written notice. Are they going to win that argument? Maybe. I would rather have the owner's argument under those circumstances, because it does appear to be a bright line. But you do get courts not strictly construing this kind of notice requirement, which will curtail your ability to rely upon it as a defense. But it should be your threshold inquiry. Did you actually receive notice? But that's not the real place to fight the battle. Good place to fight the battle. Arguing about whether or not it's an epidemic, not so good. Notice, better. This is where you fight the battle. This is the guts of a COVID force majeure inquiry. Force majeure, a force majeure event, just saying it's force majeure doesn't make it force majeure, because force majeure clauses are going to require that, having called it out as force majeure, the contractor, the manufacturer, nevertheless has the burden of proof to show that it actually impacted its performance. And that has to be specific proof, credible proof, exact proof. Now, they're not going to have that within the first 7 days or 10 days or whatever the notice deal is, but eventually they may have it. And what I too often see is contractors making a force majeure claim and never providing the actual proof that it had on their impact, on their performance. Without that, they're not going to get the relief. We're going to talk more about relief in a few moments, kind of relief they're entitled to. They don't get it. You know, I can remember the week after 9/11. I do a lot of work for utilities. And the week after 9/11, 2001, those utility clients were inundated with force majeure notices, especially from OEM manufacturers. It was sort of a knee-jerk reaction to preserve rights. And I get it. I understand that. I would have counseled the same thing to those OEMs. But nothing ever really came of those, because those OEMs, 9/11, as terrible as it was, never were actually able to show that it had 9/11 had any impact on their performance on the construction of a Louisiana power plant or a Florida environmental deal. They got the notice in, but no impact ever came in after they got the notice. They have got to be able to prove it. COVID, are you going to be able to show that the supply chain was actually disrupted and you no longer can get things attributable to COVID? Craft labor. Let's come back to that because it's one of my favorite subjects. Shortage of materials again, attributable to COVID. The labor point is really interesting. Are you not able to get craft labor as a result of the coronavirus? And what remedy is available to you as a result of that? Now, that's going to be a proof issue, I think. But it has to be attributable directly to the virus. It cannot be a craft shortage that comes from the well-known shortages of craft that we've had in the industry now for a decade that predated COVID. You're supposed to bake that into your price. You know, about 15 years ago, a couple of large contractors filed claims when I think it was about the time the craft shortage was beginning to take off in the utility industry. And they filed claims saying, I can't get enough welders or whatever to maintain the schedule that I agreed to when I bid this job. Well, the question then became, well, yeah, but you knew that when you bid the job. Therefore, if you knew that there was going to be a shortage of craft, you should have put an extra couple of dollars in your wage rate or whatever to attract that craft. If it predates COVID, or excuse me, if it predates and it's a lump sum job, you bake it in. So if craft labor is going to be in this context a COVID related force majeure event, you got to say, contractor, show me how you could not get craft to this job in this area because they didn't want to come because of COVID. I'm not sure that's going to be easy to do. Now, the last point I do think is going to get to be interesting, and that's what the impact is on productivity of the new safety measures being put in place on a lot of jobs. Temperature checks, whatever it might be, that many owners are undertaking these days to try to preserve a safer COVID environment, is that in fact reducing labor productivity on the job? And if it is, and if it can be demonstrated, then I think you're going to have the basis for some COVID related lost productivity claims. Now, don't forget, none of this ever eliminates the contractor's obligation to mitigate the impact of a force majeure event like COVID. I see mitigation language frequently built into the terms of a force majeure clause, even if it's not built in. It's still out there, it still exists. You have to you have to show the owner that not only couldn't you get labor or you couldn't get the materials, you worked really hard to find alternative ways to do it. You have a continuing obligation as a contractor or a manufacturer to mitigate the impact of COVID. All right, so now we've done it. We got a COVID event, force majeure event, COVID. They gave you notice, and they have come in with what they contend is proof that they were impacted by COVID. What is their remedy? In most force majeure clauses, the remedy for a demonstrated legitimate force majeure event is an extension of time only. Some clauses will take it one step further, and they will say an extension of time is your exclusive remedy for force majeure event, and under no circumstances whatsoever will you get more dollars for a force majeure event. So we've lost productivity. We can't get materials, whatever it may be. They've proved it to you. What do? You give them more time. That's their remedy under normal circumstances. Now, some of y'all, I know you guys sort of run the gamut, some of you owners, on different ways to handle this. Rodney is familiar with jobs that we have worked on together, and Duke has contracts in Florida. Hurricanes are a big issue, and a lot of contractors working for Duke and other large owners in places like Florida, and God knows going forward Louisiana, are going to start saying, I will not accept a force majeure clause that doesn't give me some money for a hurricane. And there are all sorts of ways to do that. You can set a threshold. Contractors hit with $1 million worth of damage because of a hurricane. They get everything over $1 million or 10 days of schedule impact. They get overhead costs beyond 10 days. All sorts of creative ways to do it. Y'all work with a lot of sophisticated contractors. A lot of those sophisticated contractors might try to bake in some kind of cost relief for certain kinds of force majeure events. But absent that, all they get is a time extension. Now, let me see. Yeah, this actually should be the next slide. Keep in mind this trick or this reality. If you do not give a contractor a legitimate time extension request based upon a demonstrable impact of a force majeure event, if you say, yeah, it was force majeure, yeah, you gave us notice, and yeah, it impacted your schedule, and you want an additional 30 days, we're not going to give you the 30 days. Finish on time. Well, go to time. Deny the extension, finish on time. That does create a potential cost liability on the behalf of the owner. Whereas if you gave them just the 30 days, all you would be obligated to do was give them the 30 days, and that would be at their cost. If you say, I'm not giving you the 30 days, finish on time, the cost which a contractor incurs, be it overtime, second shift, or whatever, to finish on time, the owner having denied an extension, are going to be to the owner's account. And a significant component of those acceleration costs, and y'all have probably seen this, is going to be a claim for lost productivity, which is to say, by having to work overtime or having to bring a second shift on, my craft is proven to be less productive. And depending on how they calculate that, and there are all sorts of creative ways to do it, they're going to try to shift to you, the owner, the financial responsibility for that lost productivity. So that's the trick, or that's the factor you need to be aware of. You finish on time, denying them the extension to which they otherwise would be entitled, you're going to have some liability for acceleration costs. You just give them the extension of time, that's on them. You don't have a financial liability. So basically, unless the clause is allocating or otherwise splitting force majeure liability, like I said a moment ago in connection with hurricanes in Florida or whatever, all of this risk of COVID on a non-accelerated basis are going to be on the contractor, are going to be on the manufacturer, all of it. Now, I'm going to go back to that in a moment on how I see that being handled, because there is a certain sticks in your craw that all of the risk under these circumstances should be on the contractor. Let me just talk for a moment about the doctrine of frustration of purpose, economic hardship, commercial impracticability. If you are in a situation where there is no force majeure clause or no excusable delay clause at all, unusual, but I guess I have seen it. There is a common law doctrine that allows you to make a claim that this job, as a result of things that happened since we got it, got a lot harder to do than we thought it was going to be. And therefore, we want to get the money for the job being harder. That doctrine goes back a long time. And it hasn't historically gotten a very favorable hearing in American courts, especially if the proof of the hardship is just that it's costing me a lot more to do the job than I thought it was going to cost me to do the job. All right. That will fall on most likely deaf ears, but the doctrine is out there. And frankly, I think, I haven't seen this yet, but I have a gut that we're going to be hearing more about frustration of purpose or economic hardship as an excuse for contractual performance in these highly unusual circumstances that we're in these days. So what do we do? Now, I got to tell you, in March, I handled all the force majeure claim letters and response letters for my clients that I could handle for a 1 or 2 week period. I got to tell you, in the 7 or 8 months since then, that has been it. I have yet to see with any of my clients a COVID-based force majeure claim come through the door. Now, I think that's a good thing, because if I get involved, that might not be a good thing. It could be in a dispute. Maybe they're being negotiated. Maybe there is an attempt being made by owners and contractors to work their way through this unprecedented situation. Because some contractors may say, you know, if I don't get some relief, I'm going to have to abandon this job. And striking some kind of relief for COVID, I would argue in most circumstances would be better than having a contractor leave the job. You know, Kurt, in my mind, and I've had the opportunity to be involved with Kurt off and on for a couple of decades, has always been about collaborative contracting and increasing in good communications and equitable allocation of risk, all of which I applaud completely as a good approach to project delivery. I think the best thing contractors and owners should do now would be to try to negotiate how they're handling this once in a generation situation. Yeah, you might be able to say you didn't give me notice, so you really haven't showed impact. But I think depending on your relationship with the contractor, depending on the kind of job that they're doing, depending on whether or not they are being impacted in some way that you can sense, even if your clause as an owner gives you a pretty rock solid defense, you may want to work with them to see if you can come out with a collaborative, mutually agreeable solution. Now, none of this has made its way into our courts yet. We're only 8 or 9 months into this. Y'all know it's going to be 2 years before we start seeing reported decisions. And that's on the fast side on COVID as a force majeure event and its impact and rights of recovery. I fully expect to see, though, in 22 or 23 to begin to see some reported cases, because it's going to be litigated by some contractors and by some owners. So that pretty much completes my thoughts on COVID and the impact on this. Rodney and Kurt, I thank you for the opportunity to speak about this subject. I do think it's timely, and I'd be glad to answer any questions or any discussion anybody might want to have. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions that have been posed from the audience, Fred.
Okay, good.
One I think you maybe have somewhat addressed, but it is, if we accept that somewhere around the 13th of March was when COVID was known to start affecting us all, what if a consequence of COVID did not materialize until months afterwards? Would there still be an opportunity to give notice of the issue at the point that you recognize a consequence?
Well, that's a good question. I had sort of a silo look at it then because I was so busy during those first 2 weeks filing and answering letters. So the question is, how about if you, let me put a little bit of meat in the bones. How about if you didn't file the letter then? And now at this point in time, you say, well, son of a gun, I'm being impacted by COVID. That is sort of going to depend on the language of the clause. I think you're going to be okay. If you say, I didn't file it within 7 days of March 13th or whatever it was, because I didn't know it was going to have an impact, but it's having an impact now. I found out last week it's having an impact. Here's the notice. I think that's probably going to work. Okay. Now I feel that's why everybody was running around back in March filing these things. They didn't really know the impact. And it seemed like a quick thing to be able to do. I think it satisfied everybody's, oh my God, what are we going to do? Kind of reaction back in mid-March. I know, let's go file a force majeure letter. How could it hurt? All right. So, yeah. So I think you probably could still recover.
Okay. And another question, that at what point do owner requirements for COVID safety protocols like masks, temperature checks, worker density limits become part of what should have been known to the contractor? Is it new contracts that were awarded after a date later than March?
Yeah, that's really another really good question. I do a lot of training on contract clauses and whatnot, especially for utilities. And we actually have had that come up, that very situation in some of my training. Contract was awarded since March 11th. And by the way, I keep saying March 11th. I mean, I do think there's going to be some interesting back and forth as to when COVID really started. Okay. But let's just stick with March 11th. My utility clients are saying, you signed on after March 11th for a lump sum job. And COVID was in the building. And we started imposing these requirements for distancing and masking and temperature checks. That should have been in your price. You should have included it. So don't go looking to make a complaint about that now. But if it was before March 11th and all of that gets imposed on some of these jobs, yeah, I'd take that case. So good question though.
Okay. Anybody else in the audience have a question for Fred on this subject? And the audience has gotten quiet.
Well, good, everybody. I'll drop off now. If anybody has anything, you can contact me or Rod. Let Rodney know, and I'll attempt to answer any further questions. And let's just hope that Pfizer and Moderna are going to have this stuff out to us here in the next 60 days. We'll get back to normal. So thank you again. Thanks, Rodney.
Okay. Thank you, Fred.
Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Okay. Okay, there he goes. So we have gained a little bit of time back on the schedule. So I will ask the question of Karen, do you have everybody that you need for your panel?
I believe I see everyone on.
Okay, so our next panel discussion is on risk management strategies. What is your best solution? Karen Kenneth, Vice President of Construction for CNA, is going to play a double role on this panel, as she will moderate and be a panel participant. along with Melinda Young, Vice President of Risk Management, Alberici Group, Jeremiah Welch, partner of Sachs, Dornberger, and Vita PC, Josh Billings, Project Solutions Leader, Aon Construction Services Group. Karen, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Rodney. And I'll say thanks to the audience for sticking with us for this last session of the day. We have another incredibly talented panel of risk management professionals that are going to talk about topics that impact a project. We have a full agenda, but if time allows, and we may have that now, we'll answer any questions you have, so just pop them in the chat and I'll keep an eye on that. So with that, let's jump in. And Melinda, let's make sure you're on. I see your name. Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
All right, let's start with you and let's start with the contract. So contracts are often evolved over time. We heard that things get copied and pasted and moved forward. Some terms carried over in contract revisions that are outdated. Can you share some examples of some of those outdated contract terms that you're seeing today?
Sure, Karen. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to participate with you guys. The information today has been very, very informative, so good for me as well. So to your question, yes, we definitely continue to see very outdated contract terms, specifically to the insurance requirements. We often see requirements that refer back to language back to 1973. We've made a lot of advancements in the insurance world since then, as Karen can attest to. But we do still see those outdated requirements. Back in the day when it was called comprehensive general liability, which is now, it's called commercial general liability. And I would say most of the standard insurance or owner contractor agreements have been updated accordingly, but we do still see some very specific owner requirements that refer to the outdated language. And I will mention, we could spend hours talking about this topic, but one very specific example is the additional insured requirement that we often see. The Insurance Services Office, which is the agency that creates the standard insurance documents that insurance companies use. The additional insured endorsement that we sometimes see, the CG 2010, we often get asked for the 1185 version. And that 1185 means November of 1985, excuse me, 1985. So you can see how old that document is. That's been updated. It's been withdrawn from use and it's not even available commercially any longer. And it's been replaced by two particular endorsements, one being the CG 2010, the current version, which applies to ongoing operations. And in addition to that, you also want to ask for the CG 2037, which applies to completed operations. So that's a lot of technicalities. I realize that most of you that don't deal with insurance probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But I would just suggest from an owner perspective that you work with your insurance broker, your risk management team, if you have one, or your legal team. They can help you with updating that insurance language, and that will certainly make the contract negotiation process much smoother.
Thank you. And I'll add on that from a carrier perspective. When we get asked to provide coverage that's been withdrawn or pulled, it puts the companies in a regulatory compliance issue, which is not where anybody wants to be. It's solvable for clients, but it just takes a process and some time. So that to the extent that owners are using their risk management partners to negotiate that, to work that out of their contracts, that's a plus for everybody. So a follow-up to that, Melinda. So we see outdated, but we also see some risk allocation in contracts that's considered, fairly unreasonable from the contractor's perspective. And can you share some examples of those terms that you're seeing?
Yeah, of course. So the CG 2010, the additional insured endorsement that I just mentioned, in addition to being very outdated, that particular endorsement creates some issues for contractors. Not only that it's not commercially available, but it also has been interpreted to provide sole negligence for the additional insured. And that is unreasonable to require of a contractor. Not to mention that, you know, it can go against anti-indemnity statutes within your respective jurisdictions. So again, I would just suggest that project owners be aware of what they're asking for in that particular arena. You know, we also see some very specific requirements relative to cancellation, non-renewal, and material change. Those can be very onerous for contractors and subcontractors because, again, the insurance companies are typically just not willing to provide notice for non-renewal or material change. While most carriers, I would say, are willing to provide notice for cancellation. Material change in particular is problematic because nobody knows what that means. It's typically not defined in the contract, and it's certainly not defined within the insurance policies. So that certainly becomes very problematic. And I think the last one that I will mention is sometimes we see requirements for additional insured, but it actually is termed additional named insured. Additional named insured is very different than additional insured. Adding someone as additional named insured to a policy means that there's common ownership or common interest. And again, I don't think in most cases that the contract requirements are, I think typically what they're asking for is additional insured. I don't think in most cases they know what they're asking for, but that's another item that I think is certainly unreasonable. And again, I think it's just really communicating and working with your broker team or your risk management team or your legal team just to make sure that the requirements are reasonable.
Thanks, Melinda.
Sure.
So Jeremiah is an attorney and a partner with Sachs Dornberg and Vita, and works with a number of contractors as his clients. So let's get his perspective. And Jeremiah, this is going to be a two-part question for you. So what are you seeing from outdated or unreasonable contract terms that your clients are facing today? And are there areas that a contractor should just walk away because the terms are too onerous?
I'll take them in reverse order. That last one's an interesting one. I often will see in the midst of a dispute something where I wish somebody had walked away, but I think the problem is the opposite. I think contractors want the work and very often will sign contracts that in retrospect left them exposed. The big one to me really is builder's risk insurance. You know, the contractor should have access to the policy. It shouldn't be a policy that only sits with the owner. I get an owner's perspective on why they want to control the insurance, but I see lots of situations where the friction that causes in a claim just leads to more anxiety and more money spent. The other big one there is you see this in like hurricane zones where the deductible on the builder's risk will be a percentage of the value in place at the time of the loss. And so let's say the building's 95% completed and there's a major natural disaster and the deductible is 5% of that 95% completed building. The owner says, I didn't fund for that, I can't pay it. Those are situations where, you know, a contractor's input and strong advice on, you know, how could we do this differently? How do we fund this ahead of time if this is the right economic choice? It's the surprise when the claim comes in and people say, yeah, geez, I wasn't ready for that. I can't do this. The walk away, just about everything can be fixed, can be worked out in a way that's good for both sides. So I can't really think of areas where somebody really should walk away. It's a matter of just, you know, figure it out. The curveball we're getting on the unreasonable contract right now, a lot of contractors are coming to me saying, I'm being asked to sign this very broad COVID-19 related indemnity. Anything whatsoever to do with COVID-19, I've got to indemnify the owner. And I think owners are kind of having this reaction like, well, geez, I don't know how to manage a construction project's exposure to COVID-19. I can't tell you how to do a safe site. So I know this risk is out there. You got to indemnify me for it. And the contractors don't have insurance for that risk. So it probably needs to be some kind of better conversation about, okay, exactly what are we trying to accomplish here? Understanding that it's pretty much not an insured or insurable risk, certainly right not now it's not, and come up with some better plan for how we're going to handle COVID-19 exposure. I mean, the project shutdown is the big cost, right? Worker bodily injury, most people are going home, resting and coming back ready to work. It's the bodily injury risk is not a big deal to a construction project. And so it's really getting people to understand, okay, what's the risk you're really focusing on here before we make this the hill to die on. But that's, I'm seeing that over and over again because contractors are saying, what am I getting myself into? I got to sign it because I need to get back on the job, but what does this mean?
So following up to that, Green, so in the COVID era and in the economic position we're in today, we are seeing projects delay. So what can contractors do to protect themselves in the unforeseen risk of delays?
That's a good question. It's just, there's a lot rolled up in that. Most insurance policies, so builder's risk, which really should be the place that you'd go to find, delay in opening coverage for an owner, increased cost of construction, delay type coverage for a contractor. They aren't covering COVID-19 related project shutdown, at least not without a major fight. And so far the decisions aren't all that favorable. So certainly there's no intent to cover that by the builder's risk marketplace. So again, I'm a little partisan here, but I think that's probably force majeure, and I think that's just it's terrible. But that's an owner's risk. The contractor can't insure it. The contractor can't do anything about it other than maybe control the bodily injury risk by having good site safety protocols. But the risk that the government steps in and says you've shifted the case infection rate in my state is such that I'm now going to shut down project sites. I don't know how you make that a contractor risk. And so I think, it stinks. It's not something anybody could have funded for. It's not something you can fund for very easily now. It's just a bump in the road that we're going to have to get through.
Thank you. So we've been talking about builder's risk, hitting on builder's risk, and we really think about that from a kind of risk management tools as the cornerstone of the project risk insurance. So Melinda, this one's for you. Both the owner and the contractor often have, owners have property programs, contractors master builder's risk, but they can both place the builder's risk. So is there an upside or downside to who does that?
Sure, Karen. I'm the risk manager for a large construction company, and I have a pretty strong opinion about this topic. And while you may think my opinion is biased, after spending 28 years on the insurance brokerage side, I had the same opinion. Really what it boils down to is the contractor has the risk of loss. That's how the contract is written. I think everybody recognizes that. And the contractor is typically in the best position to place the policy. Now, there are exceptions to that rule, as with every rule. You may have a project owner that does a lot of construction that has a very well-rounded, comprehensive builder's risk program. And there are certain situations where you may be doing a project that has significant structural changes, for example. And in that case, the project owner may very well be in a better position to coordinate builder's risk with the property coverage. But I would say in most cases, it's most appropriate for the contractor to place the builder's risk. Typically, contractors have an established program that is comprehensive from a coverage perspective and is subject to terms that are reasonable and customary to the contractor and subcontractors. We run into situations where the owner places the builder's risk and come to find out it's not adequate coverage to cover the exposures. And in those situations, we may be forced to buy what's called a difference in conditions policy, which is basically a gap policy that protects our interest and protects gaps within the builder's risk policy. And in that case, you're just adding additional cost that's not necessary to the project. You know, and we often see sometimes, especially in the healthcare industry, I would say, where builder's risk is added to an owner's property policy. And in a few rare cases with certain insurance carriers, that is adequate, but I would say in most cases it isn't. So that may be another situation where we would place a difference in conditions policy, and again, just adding cost to the project. So I would say, bottom line, I mean, regardless of who purchases the builder's risk, I think it's really just boils down to communication and collaboration. I think it's important for each party to know what is covered and what isn't covered. Obviously, both parties have an interest, as well as all the subcontractors. So it's really just important to collaborate, share that information, involve the contractor in those conversations.
Thanks, Melinda. I think that's a key term we've heard throughout most of the day, is that, you know, sharing information and collaboration. Let's bring our broker into the discussion now, Joshua. So follow up to that question. If the owner does place the builder's risk, what are those must-have coverages that you're going to recommend?
Sure. Can you hear me okay, first of all? Okay, just want to make sure before I start talking. Well, Jeremiah and Melinda obviously brought up a lot of good points around, you know, the contractor controlling the builder's risk, and they've forced me to put my contractor hat back on and, you know, share a few things that were important to me, you know, when I was a contractor, really sort of what our hot buttons were. And I'll just go through a few of them here. But first of all, Melinda hit on it earlier, you know, around the named insured. You know, the policy must include all parties, the owner, contractors, subcontractors of all tiers. Sometimes you're going to encounter owner builder risk policies that don't include all parties. So that's an important one to look out for. And then, you know, with respect to, you know, what's their rights under the policy, that insured status should not be limited to their interest or their interests as they appear. That's a common, I guess, clause or phrasing within, especially like an A201 that you'll see in there sometimes. So you want to get that out of there if at all possible. You know, CAT deductibles, I think Jeremiah hit on that. You know, obviously those can get quite large, especially, you know, in the event of a claim. There could be many of those deductibles are a percentage of the value of the work that's in place, and depending on where you in that project, they can be exorbitant. So anything larger than $25,000 was really sort of a trigger for us to look in questions and ask, you know, what was going to be our liability as a contractor in the event of a catastrophic, you know, situation. So I think that this is just for that project site. And, you know, in order to build that project, there's a lot of materials that have to come from a lot of different places, and things inevitably will happen to those materials in transit, or if they're stored offsite. So you want to make sure that, you know, as a contractor, you're giving assurance that that work, until it's in place and accepted, is still covered. So of course, you know, when does the coverage end? Is it final completion? Is it substantial completion? You know, from a contractor perspective, you know, you're going to want coverage to end when the building is put into its intended use. And then it's your expectations that a permanent property policy would be put in place by the owner at that time. So as an owner, you know, if you are requiring a contractor to have builder's risk through final payment, oftentimes that's not practical. Final payment usually doesn't come for a really long time, you know, where you're trying to sort out punch lists or, you know, open, I won't call them claims, but just open issues between you and the contractor. So final payment can certainly be delayed, and that's not really anything that a carrier anticipates when they're underwriting builder's risk coverage, is holding that coverage open until final payment. So that's an important one. And I'd say just communication with your owner on that point is, you know, first and foremost. A couple more here, just, you know, getting written consent for partial occupancy by the insurance company. Everybody wants to move to their brand new building, but, you know, is it at a point from an insurance standpoint where they're okay with that? So that's another important thing to consider. And then finally, really participation in loss adjustment. So if that owner is procuring the policy, you as a contractor want to make sure that you're involved with, that you have some rights to participate in that loss adjustment. And, oftentimes there'll be a clause in a contract that says, that you're responsible for anything outside of what the insurance proceeds might cover. So if you see anything that says actual proceeds received from or to the extent covered by insurance, that's another red flag.
Thanks, Joshua. Let's flip gears now and talk about another risk management tool on projects, which is wrap-ups. So we've got owner-controlled wrap-ups, we've got contractor-controlled, and now we have co-sips. So how do you evaluate which option's best for a particular project?
Okay, so we what we like to do obviously is start a big picture and then narrow, eventually narrow it down to those project details. But the first question I usually get is is this project right for a SIP? And I'll be like, well, I don't know. And then the next question will be, how much money do you think we can save? So that's usually how those discussions start out. And I know at that moment right then we got to take a step back and start at the top and ask some better questions to see if it is the right fit. But I think the best place to start is really with all parties agreeing that they want a safe project, finished on time, within a target budget. I mean, typically nobody disagrees with that mindset. We've heard it over and over again on any sort of construction project. So people just don't consider insurance as part of that way to achieve that goal of that safe project and finishing on time and within budget. But insurance really does play a key part in that. So, most projects, like I said, they start with a financial consideration in mind when it comes to managing risk. And, I understand and appreciate that, but personally, I think that's one of the worst places you could start if you're trying to convince an owner or a contractor to select a certain risk management tool like a controlled insurance program. So where do we start? I like to start really with, what's the project team's experience and what's their motivation? There's plenty of owners and contractors who have had a negative experience with wrap-up insurance programs, maybe recently, but more than likely way back in the day when they weren't administered very well. When, let's say an owner or contractor was very punitive in the process and extracting insurance credits. So that negative experience is really going to drive whether you're going to have people on board. Like I said, the motivation could be financial, and that's okay. But when I hear, somebody talk about, well, we want the best coverage we can get, and we want a single policy, we want ownership, we want it to dovetail with our builder's risk and our corporate program. Those are the type of words that if you hear an owner or contractor saying, I'm like, okay, this is right. This is right for them. So, the next step, if those questions are all answered, you start to talk about, other factors like jurisdiction, what are the current insurance market conditions? What are the contractual requirements that you're trying to meet? Can you satisfy them through a SIP? What options is your contractor proposing for coverage? What options is your owner proposing for coverage? So, are you using one contractor or multiple? I mean, we have projects, we have owners, let's say, where they say, I'm just going to use contractor A, and they're going to build the whole thing. By the time you get to the insurance placement part of it, that contractor, they've decided that they can't handle all the phases. So now we have two different GCs. So is everybody going to bring their insurance to bear on the project, their own individual SIP programs? You can, but maybe there's a cleaner way to do it. So ultimately, we get down into the details. What is the project? Is it in a jurisdiction like is it a condo in Florida? I had a guy call me one time and said, if this project is not going to be a SIP in Florida, then I can't bid on it. So that told me right there what the quality of the insurance that subcontractor had for that project. What's the project size? The old formulas around project size, they're different now. in the past it was, if a project doesn't meet a certain financial, construction value, then it's not right for a SIP. Well, that's not always the case these days. So carriers are more willing to write smaller projects every day now. What's the scope? Is it renovation? Is it ground up? How long are you going to be working on it? And then, after all said and done, Karen, it's, what was the insurance budget? So lots of questions you can ask to eventually arrive at, is this project right for a SIP?
Right. And I'll say from a carrier perspective, your comments about what's the motivation? Is it just savings? Carriers think about that too. They think about what's the motivation. Is it, it's the whole idea of the controlled insurance program is going to drive better results from a safety and quality perspective. If the intent is that, you're going to get a better underwriting response than the intent is, I just want to save some dollars on it.
Yeah.
So speaking about savings, so when we look at benefits and risk mitigation and cost savings through using SIPs, because we know if it's a controlled project, then we're going to get a better outcome. Are you seeing those cost savings shared amongst the parties today?
I am. I think savings typically are, if they are realized on a project, they're often reinvested into the project to fund for, additional safety personnel or incentives. I think it's good if an owner or contractor generally accepts the idea that a controlled insurance project, or I'm sorry, a controlled insurance program is better than a traditional approach, with traditional meaning all the insurance, all the insurance on the project is brought by the individual contractors to bear. It comes down to risk versus reward. So the two most popular programs obviously is a general liability only program. Coverage is good, deductibles are low, easy administration. We typically see around 0.5% of savings for an owner or a contractor. And then on sort of the high risk, high reward standpoint, you've got the general liability and the workers' compensation. So you've got, higher upfront costs, premium wise, higher deductibles, $250 and above. Often you have collateral. Collateral is often a letter of credit that they've got to post. More claims administration. You don't just get to walk away from this project when it's over with. But if you have very good safety, very good loss experience, you can yield, savings on average of 1.2 to 1.5%. So it's all about risk reward, and it goes back to your motivation. Do you just want something that's in place for coverage, and then you want to walk away from it, or are you in this for the long haul?
Yep, that's great. So Joshua, we're going to keep you on the hot seat for one more question.
Okay.
We're going to switch to professional liability now. So a product often used by owners to combat expensive project-specific A&E policies is the owner's protective professional indemnity policy. So what is it, and what do all parties need to know about it?
Okay, sure. So with all these construction projects, obviously you have an architect and engineer who are going to design that project, and design problems can really add numerous costs to your projects if they're not managed correctly. When you do have errors, they can lead to long delays from a schedule standpoint and can be very costly. So, traditionally what you do is you rely on a design professional's practice policy, which has some shortcomings, which I'll mention in a second, but there's a solution line called Owner's Protective Professional Indemnity Policy, or an OPPI. And really what it does is it enhances the traditional approach to professional liability. So reliance on that architect or engineer policy. It insures the owner as opposed to the design team, really for a broad spectrum of professional exposures that are going to pertain to a specific project. So, because the owner is a named insured, the protective policy owes really a duty of care to handle the owner's claim with the utmost good faith. So, this is not really the case with a project-specific policy where, an architect's full limit can and has been spent on claims defending the architects and engineers. So defense is inside the limit. So, furthermore, since the protective policy can really only be accessed by the owner, it can't be eroded like a project policy where other entities are seeking to be first in line to recover a loss. So I guess, why would an owner need this? I got three reasons really here. Architect and engineer policies are issued on an annual basis. So they're a claims made policy. There's no guarantee of renewal, especially with a smaller firm. These policies are expensive, and as soon as there is no longer a need for the policy, a lot of I'd say contractors, architects, and engineers will just drop them. They'll just non-renew. Limits could be eroded by claims that are not related to your project. You don't really know that. And even if not when you go to contract with them, something could happen during the period that your project is underway. And then architects and engineers historically purchase low limits, and they really lack the assets to cover the extent of these claims. So a friend of mine actually is has a consulting business and has a professional policy and was pulled into a claim a long time ago and ultimately got out of it. But I called him one day and I said, what sort of limits are you carrying these days? And I said, didn't you used to have, 10 million or something? He said, yeah. He said, I carry 3 today. I said, oh man, why would you do that? And he said, well, I would never have had to participate in that claim as long as I had to participate. But once they saw that I had 10 million, they weren't going to let me out of it. They were going to go after that limit. So he goes, I just dropped it to 3. So it was a head scratcher for me as a risk guy. I'm like, more limits, more insurance. And he said, no, he said less insurance. So,
right.
But just a couple advantages here. And then I guess Jeremiah's going to talk maybe about some claims from a professional standpoint, but there are some premium savings versus project specific, coverage. And the reason why they're written on an umbrella basis. So design firms' policies are still accessible. No defense provided to them, but they sit excess of those policies, so still access. Policy remains in place through construction and then through an extended reporting period, which is important. Sometimes that can be as long as 10 years, which is nice. And then, ultimately it protects against first and third party claims. So as an owner, you do have vicarious liability for just hiring these design professionals that could come back to you. So probably a good jumping off point for claims.
Yeah. All right. So Jeremiah.
Sure.
Claims trends that you're seeing in the professional space.
Yeah, I think just to, sort of springboard off what Josh said, the thing I think a lot of owners don't take into account is, and we've got some really good examples of this, the pedestrian bridge collapse in Florida, the FIU bridge, the Hard Rock Hotel collapse in, these are, buildings under construction in New Orleans are 2 good examples. I'm working in both of those cases, and the only professional insurance involved in those cases is the insurance brought by the contractors. I think in those cases you have a minimal amount of professional insurance with the design builder, and then the architects and engineers' professional policies. And the thing that is important about both of those, in New Orleans you had 3 workers who died in the collapse, and in FIU you had the bridge literally fell on people's cars and killed people. And so people usually don't think about professional liability policies as being something that pays for injuries, but most of the general liability insurance that's around is going to exclude professional liability. So if the root cause of the collapse is a professional error, general liability policies that would normally pay for injuries and property damage and things like this will line up and say we don't cover that. And so then you're faced with this very small pot of professional insurance on the job to pay for all of that stuff, and it's never enough. And so the idea that my message to owners would be, you got to figure out where your professional limits are coming from. If there's not enough in the pot of money that your contractors are bringing to the table, if you're hiring a big boy like Turner, they're probably going to have a house professional liability program, and you can talk to them about how much they're willing to put on the line for the project. But a smaller contractor probably doesn't have that kind of stuff. And so that means you're going to have just the professional insurance of your architect and engineer, not enough for a big claim. And so owners need to understand that risk. You can't just turn a blind eye to it. If the contractors are not going to bring it, you got to buy it yourself, because it really will put lots of people out of business. And the footnote to most of those collapse cases is the companies that went out of business because that was the only way they could protect the people from the massive losses. You can have 250 million of general liability limits and you can't touch a nickel of it because it's all, you know, a math error committed by an engineer. Now, the claims trend, right? So the thing, you buy the professional insurance, the mistake that I see over and over and over is notice. Professional insurance is claims made and reported coverage. You've got to get notice right. The trend in case law that says, well, the insurance company's got to show prejudice, that does not apply to professional insurance. You've got to give timely notice. And so depending upon the kind of coverage that you're accessing, professional liability coverage is when somebody's bringing a professional claim against you. The OPPI is more about the idea that your person responsible to build the building for you doesn't have enough limits. And so that limit attaches excess of what you can get from your contractors and design professionals. Most of those policies say you've got to give notice to the insurer when you first make the demand against them. And what happens is owners will have correspondence with the design team and the contractor about what's wrong for months and months and sometimes even years before it occurs to somebody, oh, we got to give an insurance company notice. That's fatal. Then you got to hire somebody like me who tries to argue facts to try to argue that you really didn't know about the professional claim when you've got a project guy sending a letter saying your design was faulty. You've got to understand how the notice provisions of those policies work so you don't mess them up. That is the one consistent thing that I'm always trying to come up with some way around is late notice. So, you know, definitely think about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. And there are, from a carrier perspective, we'd rather have more than, you know, if there's an idea that there's going to be a claim, give notice.
Give notice often and early.
Yes. So last question, Jeremiah, this one's for you. So we've talked about some project delivery methods over the course of the day. What should our audience know about different project delivery methods as it relates to who owns the design risk?
So, yeah, I mean so the traditional method, right, which I guess they call the design bid build method, is the idea that the design risk, as the owner, you've got a separate contract with your architect. That architect holds a separate contract with the designer. And so you've got that contractual path direct with your architect, and the contract with the construction manager or general contractor is a separate path. The two are not connected to each other. The downside of that model is that you've got only I mean, from an insurance perspective, right? The only insurance you've got is whatever the architect and the designer have. The big insurance purchasing power on your job is your GCCM. They buy the most insurance. They're getting paid the biggest amount of money for the project. They've got the purchasing power. Your architect does not. Your architect's getting a very small fee compared to what the contractor's getting. They don't buy very much insurance. They don't have very much money to spend to buy lots of insurance. And so when you go down that path, and the architect's the first one to step up and say, and I want a damage limitation, and I want, you know, liability limit to the contract value, and no consequential damages, by the way. And all that stuff is there, and they'll say, look, there's 5 people that can build a bridge for you. On one of them, we all have the same contract terms. You got to sign. And so when you go that route, you're stuck with all of that limitation that you get when you deal direct with an architect. The other model is the design build model, where you hire a design build firm and they are responsible to go out and hire the architect and the engineer. The advantage of going that route is now you've got somebody with a tremendous amount of purchasing power and experience who's standing between you and the architect. And a large design build firm can bring to the table a large contractor's protective and professional insurance program, so that the contractor version of the OPPI. They'll have that. That will stand between you and the architect when it comes to professional liability. And that, you know, that's a tremendous advantage to that model. Now, in the real world, it gets very blurry. The owner could say, I've already hired an architect and I've got a design that I like. And now contractor, in order for you to work for me, you've got to hire the architect that I'm telling you to hire. And when you're dealing with public jobs, that architect could say, 50% of this design is going to be prescriptive because of environmental impact studies and permit restrictions and so forth. And so I'm giving you a 50% completed design that you then have to contractually take over the finish line. And it can get messy then as far as when there's a design problem, whose fault is it? You've got the design builder pointing back at the architect that you told them they had to use. And so, thinking that through on the front end is important. And it's a hard strategy game to play, but you've got to kind of figure out, okay, of the kinds of claims that could come up here. So for example, as an owner, who's taking the risk if the bid was wrong? Let's say the engineer didn't do some kind of study, geological study, wind study, whatever it might be, based on the kind of construction, the place you're in, and that produced a bid that was way too low. Who's taking the risk for that? That it's a question that I think not enough people say, well, I hired a design builder, I've got everything I need. Not necessarily. So understanding what the contract you have with your design builder or with your architect, trying to avoid a situation where the architect and the contractor are pointing at each other and you're stuck on the sideline watching that fight and waiting for somebody to fix your building for you. That kind of thing. It's got to be planned up front in the contracts. But I think, understanding, the first thing would be understanding what the design build model can get you and where that might be available to you as an owner. That's really the important takeaway.
Thank you so much. We have got one question in the chat from Kevin Ball saying, what's the best way to provide coverage for multiple GCs on the same site? So we did recently put together a program for an owner who procured the insurance through a controlled insurance program. They had three phases of work, pretty much working concurrently, but 3 different GCs leading it. So they were all wrapped up together under that program. Josh, Melinda, Jeremiah, any other thoughts around that?
So in my experience, I do like an owner controlled, GL only wrap in that situation. But I would tell you that if you have sophisticated contractors who are working on that site and they've got their own maybe work comp GL programs, I would offer them to bring their workers' compensation to the table and wrap that up for their workers, so they can do a comp only wrap. And a lot of them love that idea. Owner will carry the GL, and then they've got the comp wrapped up, and that's how they make money. So I think the owner benefits from that too, because the reason they make money is through good loss experience. So the heightened safety is still at the forefront of their minds. It's not like, oh, the insurance is somebody else's job. So I love putting a GL only wrap together, and then if you've got a sophisticated contractor, let them bring the comp to bear on it. So
it's a good thought.
Yeah, I like that model as well. I think, one pervasive thing that you've always got to think about as the owner, because your big GCs are going to show up with their rolling wrap-up programs and all that. You've always got to keep an eye on, okay, but what happens if I have to fire you? And pretty much everything else you can deal with, but I don't think it's because the quality has gone down. I think the converse is true. Quality's gone up, but there are some high-profile examples over the last few years of large GCCMs getting fired on big jobs, and it's usually business reasons, right? You've got to understand as an owner, because that's going out mid-project to repurchase an insurance tower is a nightmare. You've got to have a solution for what happens if I have to fire my GC.
That's a great point. Great point. So with that, Rodney, I will say thank you to Melinda, Joshua, and Jeremiah for their time today, and we'll turn it back to you.
Okay, I would say thank you to all of you for an excellent presentation. And one last chance. Anyone got any final questions for the panel? Well, does not look like there are any additional. So kind of the next thing on the agenda is we will go into breakout rooms again. And there will be a couple of questions that you will be asked to look at. So, and then we will gather back together one final time. Okay, I've got a few final points I want to cover, and Rana, I'm going to put you in the on deck circle. My headset just said to me, charge me. So if I drop off, you know I've lost battery power.
Not a problem.
Okay, so folks, welcome back. We'll try to wrap up our day's events. We want to first thank our sponsors again, Construct Secure and NCCER. Thanks to all our presenters for their time, their knowledge, and their willingness to share that. Thank you to the whole CURT Procurement and Contracting Committee for putting together the work behind the scenes that allowed us to put together a good agenda. We started with Construction Brothers, looking at the man behind the curtain and rethinking who's qualified for our projects. Kevin Ball with IPI continued that discussion and momentum with procurement strategy considerations, suggested contract and delivery types. Our first panel looked at a case study on RFPs and how to improve success. Brian Umstead with Duke talked about key performance indicators and supplier relationship management. Fred Lyon talked about that most important topic of the day, COVID, which I'm sure you've all heard more than you ever care to about it, but it's hard to ignore. Finally, the risk management strategies panel tackled ensuring the right contractual language, what to watch for when not using a standard contract, and the rewards obtained from a successful risk management approach. Easy for you to say. So from start to finish, I think we covered the importance of transparency and bringing procurement and contracting into any project as a partner from the project conception, enabling a strong foundation for construction. I really appreciate you all being with us today. For those of you who have not had a chance to talk to today, if you have feedback on how the day went, please channel that to Rana, or you can send it directly to me. If you have topics for us to consider the next time we host a summit, or that we can talk about in one of our CURT Connects, please forward those along as well. And so it looks like I'm going to give you a few minutes of your day back. So hopefully you all have a safe and healthy Thanksgiving. Keep in mind those important things to try to prevent COVID infection in your family. Hopefully the weather's nice wherever you are, and you can maybe take your celebration outside some and give yourself that little bit of added social distance. So happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and have a great rest of your day.
Okay, happy Thanksgiving to you.